great effort to prepare themselves for this. When we talk of Sastrartha, we should understand this more from the idea of Shastra, which sometimes we club that up with the text that is existing. But if you see the real meaning of Shastra, it may be in any discipline of knowledge. It may be part of the process which brings in governance, which prescribes and brings in the structure together. That is what is called Shastra. And in the Artha, which means purpose or import that we can do. So together, if we bring in the meaning, it is the ascertainment of the true meaning of a discipline through a structured intellectual encounter that it brings in. So it is not to be left to philosophers or students of theology or of people who are engaged in different philosophies. It is for everybody. It is for students from ecology, environment, economics, mathematics, sciences, everybody. And that is something which we are trying to bring together here, largely building up on the tradition that began from Vaishali right here in Bihar. And we find that the idea of Sastrartha has prospered over the years in multiple settings, but several centuries ago. The colonial experience that we have gone through has fragmented and discontinued disciplinary knowledge boundaries that we have drawn for ourselves and also for future generations. And the idea that is there by the Honorable Prime Minister to decolonize minds, this is important not only for India, but for all the countries who are part of the CHOGM, the Commonwealth, but also for many other nationalities where decolonization of mind is important. India has huge asset and the tradition, which may not be called India heritage alone. It is shared by the larger South Asian settings or even Southeast Asia setting, where we find the traditions there. In this campus at Nalanda University, we are even more privileged to revive this old tradition. But this event today is not just that revival. It is not for any kind of brownies that these days people are collecting on name of working on Indic knowledge system. So you find multiple grants that are coming in if you are working on Indian knowledge system. But this effort is not just for that. It is largely trying to bring in the concept that we are all committed for in terms of creating a student class that is coming out from Nalanda University, which is aware of what work they are doing. They are going to discuss their dissertations in the sessions which are planned after this inaugural. And these dissertations, we are encouraging students to avoid using AI and ChatGPT, but whether it is happening, whether teachers are engaged, professors are engaged, that would come to floor here today and tomorrow. This time it is not part of the credit system, but thanks to the Dean's Committee, which has recommended change in Nalanda's own credit system from the next academic year, which we begin on 4th of August. And this new endeavor of ours would bring in the idea of engagement, rigor, openness, and would also situate the contextualization of knowledge that is needed. So what we are trying to test through this whole process are three things. Our idea of comprehension, whether students are developing that comprehension. Are they developing the articulation that is needed? And also, are they able to situate their work or their dissertation? So are they able to contextualize? Now, this has happened at a point when students had already finished their exams, packing up to go or waiting for their convocation, as Pooja mentioned. just one more day and then that's the part of celebration. We have imported this practice of celebration more as part of partying. Nalanda University did party, did celebrate, but that was celebration of knowledge. That's why we had the first university in the world. Our idea of focusing on knowledge was largely part of that commitment that we all stand for. And that's why the idea of rigor, openness, and contextualizing knowledge, they are important for students. And some students may feel that why they are being taxed at the end of the semester. When they have finished their exams, they should have been allowed to go. But next year it would be even more difficult because it would be part of the credit system. I want each student to be as efficient as one of our students who just began this program. So that testifies the idea of absorbing the knowledge and also articulating it. And this is something which I think is important for all of us to realize, that Sastrartha is also to take us out of silos. We are absolutely clear that Sastrartha is the biggest enemy of silos. We need to appreciate the fact that people are going to cross-connect, cross-domain connect. And people here, 70% of our students are from different countries. So we are also connecting cross-border. So this cross-border, cross-domain connect of knowledge that Sastrartha is going to encourage is something that is preparing them for the world that we are ending up with. India is getting largest remittances from outside. At this point, these remittances are coming from people who are more into the technical domain. But students from humanities, people from ecology, environment, from the SEAS school or SMS, when they go out of the country, what kind of cross-domain and cross-cultural connect, cross-border connect they bring in, university should prepare them for that task. And that, I think, goes beyond the research that is needed to write out the dissertation, but it also brings in the continuity that we want them to have. It is also pertinent here to point out that the specific aspirations that students may have from science or from other streams that they are following, they need to see what kind of linkages are there. And this is the reason why Nalanda University has decided to launch 2 new programs from the next academic year on science technology policy and on data analytics and AI. These programs are going to further strengthen the cross-domain connect. The idea of artificial intelligence, the idea of understanding data dynamics across subject streams, be that a student of archaeology or history or even for that matter, Professor Venkatrao of languages. They also need to understand the databases that are important, the way we can leverage the dimensions that are important. And from that perspective, I think it is also pertinent to bring in here the balance that we bring in Sastrartha. The idea of bringing all the 3 verticals on which our civilizational knowledge base stands. The idea of dharma, earth, and niti. All the 3 together. So it is not just cross-domain, cross-culture, cross-border, but it is on the axis of this 3, the tripod that gives the support of dharma, earth, and niti. And that's where the idea brings in a large canvas that we are seeing, the sacred ecologies, environment, the idea of environmental justice, the idea of deep connections with the Indian Ocean, the idea of interfaith dialogue, and also the archaeology of cultural memory that we have. And these dimensions bring in that intellectual counter that I referred to earlier in terms of what kind of boundaries we are trying to draw. When we think of these concepts and the historical exposition of this, Radha Vallabh Tripathi's book, recent publication, has brought out this historical schema in a far more systematic framework. And I really enjoyed reading that book couple of months ago when it came out, and then I suggested it to Professor Godavarish Mishra, my dean in philosophy, to bring in more discussion. We were expecting Radha Vallabhji on the campus. Somehow, with the health and other commitments, we could not have him here. But the history of Sastrartha that he brings in into 4 periods of Mantra Kala, Tarka Kala, and Vistara Kala. Then he comes to the modern age. So you find this flow of Sastrartha coming out from multiple facets of this. His book is worth seeing in terms of how the Vada Parampara has evolved in this country, and how we see the continuation of Rigved's Jnana Sutra, which brings in the Upanishadic debates which are important. Multiple facets are there. In fact, I was suggesting it to Shisha and Pooja, the 2 colleagues of mine who have given a lot of attention on this. When we are talking, we should have Mandan Mish picture here. We were trying to see, and some of those imaginations have to come in as to how Shankara and Shankara's depictions are there, but how that debate might have happened. Probably more artists, Venkat Garu, we would have to have here, who can depict what kind of debate scenario that might have been when the debate was there between Mandan Mishra and Shankara Mandan Mishra's wife and Shankara, or even Gargi and Yagavalya. What kind of discussions might have happened? So this huge heritage that we have, somehow we have lost that. What Kautilya and the idea of Anveshan and Anveshiki that comes to us is something which is to be brought in our understanding, collective understanding, but also in terms of the framework that Anveshiki gives us. And this is the real sort of reference point both in Nyaya Shastra, but also in other sort of channels on which this knowledge has evolved. I think the idea of Nyaya in the Buddhist and Jain philosophy and their schools has nurtured over the years, and that's why today we have made this effort of bringing in all the 3 streams together as we advance this understanding. So what is happening in Buddhist school of teaching, what is happening in the Jain school, and what is happening in what we inherited from Nagarjuna in the Sanatan framework. And through the tradition that had Dharmakirti and many others who have contributed to the idea of the legendary Shankara debate that have evolved. The idea, I think, is also important in terms of how many other schools have taken this thought, but somehow it has remained fragmented and out of framework. I would very much like to encourage our different schools of history, of archaeology, but also languages and philosophy, to think of those schools. Professor Godavarish Mishra, the contribution of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, what he brought in form of Vada method. So what we see in the society that Raja Ram Mohan Roy established, what kind of work is happening, what kind of issues we are seeing there. Dayanand Saraswati himself brought out in Kashi in 1869 the idea of debate in front of the king of Kashi. And this demonstrated the limitations that even in 1869 they were realizing of the shrinking knowledge base. It is beautifully captured by Dharampal, when Dharampal in his book brings out that loss. And I think the beautiful tree is worth seeing in terms of how we have lost the idea of debate, discussion, logic, and bringing in the expansion that is needed to take that task forward. Today, as we are into this session, multiple students who have produced their dissertation, 222 students are going to pass out. 198 students I personally spent time with who have written out dissertations. And these dissertations range from sacred ecologies to ritual landscape, maritime histories and ocean connectivity, indigenous knowledge system and epistemological plurality, Buddhist philosophy and consciousness. They also talk of microplastic, bioplastic, poison and dreams, cultural memory, environmental justice, and human ecology. Wide spectrum. And I was sharing these details with the member secretary, ICSSR, DG, CSIR. So the people who are occupying these educational institutions and their funding should also realize that science and social science, humanities and natural science, they go hand in hand. The idea of Sastrartha actually provides that bridge to bring them together. I also see that these dissertations, they range across geographies. So one is the thematic plurality across streams, and most of them are interdisciplinary. They also bring in focus on multiple geographies. They bring in Assam, Sri Lanka, state of Malacca, Kerala, Vietnam, multiple such geographies. But my idea, we could not go very far in that, was that one teacher, one professor, his current passing out students, and his own students who have passed out earlier, so alumni. In some panels, it has happened today. If Pooja Dabral is there and she has 10 students who have done dissertation under her, I suggested her to get 10 students who have passed out earlier, and then we debate. So it brings in creativity of teacher also in the center space. And today I have suggested that that particular teacher should also sit, apart from the people who would be coordinating it. So somehow the space that we lost out for teachers, and unfortunately, the UGC and others have made this effort of burdening teachers with the kind of bureaucratization that we see in the education sector. It has to be freed. So we may expect Nalanda and other great traditions to revive, but they cannot be revived if teachers don't have that space. So from that perspective, the curriculum, the freedom that Nalanda already has, so we are under Ministry of External Affairs, we are out of the usual frameworks that govern different educational institutions, so we are free that way to bring in the experiments that are needed in the country to take that success and be the pilot and show and demonstrate that idea. So from that perspective, we are well placed, and I think we should leverage. I congratulate once again all our colleagues who have put in a lot of hard work. I'm looking forward for the day and also for the night and tomorrow morning. I congratulate them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very, very profoundly grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for inspiring us, for giving us the direction, and for his unparalleled vision to not only inspire, but help us to revive this tradition, which we were, not only Nalanda, I would say that India was breathing silently. Today, from this tradition, what we are going to see, this 3-day event is very important, because this is not just a convocation of Nalanda University. This is the renaissance of education, the methodology that the world should adopt. And through this, alumni, current students, and the future one that are going to join in July of this Nalanda, you will see that what India has produced, the vibrant system of parampara, which was not just for the students of India, but for the world to benefit the humanity, which Nalanda gifted, and now this Nalanda, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, is reviving with this pre-event of convocation. And now, the moment for this gathering was convened for 6 distinguished scholars, 6 visionary traditions, 1 truth, pursued together in the spirit of Sastrartha, with humility, rigor, and an unwavering commitment to what is real, what is fact, what is truth. So let us begin the Sastrartha. The expert panel we have is very, very special. We are joined by the 6 distinguished speakers of their own tradition, carrying not only in the writings, in the research, but holding their own lineage of students. who have written well, who have contributed, and today they are going to inform us what was this Shastrarth and how this can contribute to the entire humanity. I take the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our first panelist, Professor Sachidanand Mishra, who needs no introduction in the world of Indian philosophy. And yet, the breadth of his scholarship demands that we try today. Member Secretary of Indian Council of Philosophical Research and Professor of Philosophy and Religion at the Great Banaras Hindu University. Since 2010, Professor Mishra is one of those rare scholars who carries multiple words within him simultaneously. So let us put our hand together. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Namaha Sabhabhyah Sabhapatibhyascha Namo Namaha. Respected Professor Sachin Chaturvedi ji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Asang Tilakratne, Professor Godabarish Mishra, Professor D. Venkat Rao, Sri Vishal Tarachand Gada, Dr. Mayank Shekhar, Dr. Pooja Dabral, and the scholars who are sitting in front of me, and research scholars, students. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I congratulate them for conceiving this idea to organize an event on this very important topic. Shastrartha, the tradition of Shastrartha, history, practice, and contemporary relevance. What is Shastrartha? This must be understood first, and where this term is coming from. We have another term also that is very important, and it is mentioned in Nyaya tradition. The term is Katha. And it is said that there are 3 types of Kathas. What is the meaning of Katha? And it cannot be translated as debate, because it has something different, which debate doesn't carry. So there are 3 types of kathas. It is accepted in Nyaya tradition: Vada, Jalpa, and Vitanda. And Vada is actually a kind of katha, Paksha Pratipaksha Parigraha, where 2 persons are taking different approaches and they are arguing for the sake of reaching at a conclusion. It is called Tattva Bubhutsu Katha Vadaha. That kind of katha where people are engaged to reach at a conclusion, to know the nature of reality. So that type of katha is called Vada. Actually, when I see this process of katha, process of Vada, it is mentioned in Nyaya Sutras. And before that, it is available in Charaka Samhita also. And it is said by many scholars that Charaka Samhita and Nyaya Sutras both have taken this idea from some earlier sources, which is not very clearly available to us. And we also have some tradition in Buddhist philosophical tradition. And very interestingly, these 2 terms are used completely in a different ways. In Nyaya tradition, Vada is understood as a Tattva Bhutsva Katha Vadaha. And in Buddhist tradition, Jalpa is understood in the same way. And as in Nyaya tradition, Jalpa is understood, in Buddhist tradition, that is called Vada. So whenever we are using these terms, we must be very much aware of this difference. And how it came, it also needs some inquiry, some research. Why this change came there. Because when you consult Vada Nyaya, the different story comes. In Nyaya tradition, Tattva Bhutsva Katha is Vada, but in Buddhist tradition, Jalp is actually Tattva Bhutsva Katha. And what is Jalp in Nyaya tradition? It is called Vijugishu Katha Vada. When you are arguing to win the debate, that is called Jalpa. So this is not a good thing to argue only to win the debate. When you are arguing to reach at a conclusion, that is something useful, something purposeful, something important, because you are adding something to your stock of knowledge and the stock of knowledge of the society. But when you are arguing only to win, it has no long-term implication. And there is also a third type of debate. This is called Vitanda. And Vitanda, it is defined by Naiyayikas in Nyaya Sutras, Pratipaksha Sthapana Hina Vitanda, where one is not presenting, one is not establishing his own position, that is called Vitanda. And the very famous example of Vaitandika, there are three examples. One from Buddhist tradition, another from Advaita Vedantic tradition, and third one from Charvaka tradition. Advaita tradition, Srihars is a great Vaitandika. From Buddhist tradition, Nagarjuna is the greatest one. And from the Charvaka tradition, Jairashi Bhatta is the greatest one. These three are known as Vaitandikas because they do not present their own position. If you go through Madhyamaka Karika, Mula Madhyamaka Karika, you cannot find what is the position of Nagarjuna. Even he never presents his own position. He says clearly, Nakachit Pratigyame, I am not committing to any proposition. I am not presenting my own position. So, therefore, he is saying that his position is actually no position at all. Shunyata. And what is Shunyata? He very clearly says that Shunyata Sarvadrishtinam Hanam. When you leave all these positions, that is actually my position. But if you try to say that this is actually a position, you are wrong. So, in Buddhist tradition, you can see that India has the greatest history of debate. Nowhere in the world you can find such a debate, such a history of debate, where Buddhist position and Nyaya position, both these philosophies argued for a long time, more than 1,000 years. Such type of argumentation, such type of debate is very much unique to India, and we are fortunate that is unique to this land, because Naiyayikas were there in this place, in this Bihar, and also Buddhist scholars were there in this Bihar. And both of them argued and presented their position and presented their philosophies. So this idea of Vada, Jalpa and Vitanda, it is somehow related to Sastrartha. And sometimes it becomes very difficult how this world is related to Vada, debate. Because the meaning of Sastrartha is Shastrasya Artha Sastrartha. The meaning of Shastra, if I go by the literal meaning of this term Sastrartha, it means meaning of Shastra. And what is Shastra? Sansanat, Shasanat, Shastra. Those which prescribe something, those are all Shastras. And which explain something, those are also called Shastras. So how this term is coming? And it is connoting a term that where two persons, two parties are engaging themselves in a kind of debate, in a kind of argumentation. It appears to me that in Vedic tradition there was an issue how to understand the meaning of Vedas and how to understand the meaning of Vedantas. Because there are many philosophers and having different attitude, different position, they claim that their philosophy is taken from the Vedas. The Nyaya philosophy is there and it claims very clearly that we are Vedic. Sankhya philosophy is also there. Mimamsa philosophy is also there. And also there are Vedantic traditions. They also claim that their philosophy is coming from the Vedas or from Vedantas. So there was one type of debate which was not within tradition but out of the tradition. And there was another type of debate which was within tradition. And the debate which was within tradition, that was conceived as a Sastrartha. Because that debate was to decide the meaning of Shastra. And the great example can be seen of Sastrartha till 1000 AD, almost 1000 or 1100 AD. There was a great debate between Nyaya and Buddhist tradition, and later on there was a great debate between Advaita Vedantic tradition and Dvaita tradition, and also Advaita Vedantic tradition and Vishishta-Advaita Vedantic tradition. And this type of debate, and also we can see, there were many debates in Nyaya system also, within the Nyaya system also. I edited one book, Tattva Chintamani Prabha. It was a single manuscript and it was preserved in Kameshwar Singh Darbhanga Sanskrit University, and 14th or 15th century manuscript, and I edited that. Yagyapati Upadhyaya's Prabha commentary. And there were some more commentaries, one written by Pakshadhar Mishra, Jayadev Mishra or Pakshadhar Mishra, Aloka commentary. So there was a debate among these Nyaya scholars. What is the meaning of Tattva Chintamani? The commentary which is given by Yagyapati Upadhyaya, that is correct. To say the understanding of Yagyapati Upadhyaya is correct, or the understanding of Pakshadhar Mishra is correct. So that was also a kind of Sastrartha. And in Mithila, in some text it is written, Maithilanam Sagotra Kalaha Paramavashishyate. So this is a kind of a debate, a quarrel among the family, between the family. So it appears to me that Sastrartha word is coming from the tradition where people are arguing to understand the meaning of that particular text in the same tradition. And this was also very unique, not only to Advaita or Vedantic Vedic tradition, but it was also common in Buddhist tradition. You can see so many schools of Buddhism, and all are claiming that they are actually preaching the same philosophy propounded by Buddha. And therefore there are stories that Buddha did 3 times Dharma Chakra Pravartana. And in these three teachings, Buddha taught different things. And there was doubt how to understand Buddha's teaching. So Vaibhashik school translated something differently. And Sautrantik school translated something differently. Yogachar scholars translated, understood differently. And Madhyamik scholars understood differently. And all of them are claiming one single thing, that their teaching is based on the Buddha's teaching. Therefore, this term came into existence, Sastrartha. What is the meaning of Sastrartha? So here we have two very important points. One point, how to argue. And second point, how to understand the meaning of Shastra. So this is called hermeneutics in Western philosophical tradition. So both these are very much related. And one point I think that is the most important thing to note here, that how Shastrarth is defined. What are the steps of Shastrarth? To say differently, what is the process of Shastrarth? And there are two very important things. One thing is very necessary, that there must be at least two sides. And not only at least two sides, but there could not be more than two sides. At one time, there could be only two sides, two positions. And these two positions must be opposite to each other. And these two positions are named by these two terms, Purva Paksha and Uttara Paksha. And these terms are very important. Why it is called Purva Paksha and Uttara Paksha? It is not to say that Uttara Paksha is Siddhanta Paksha. Sometimes, however, it is said that Uttara Paksha is Siddhanta Paksha. But actually, Purva Paksha and Uttara Paksha, these two terms are understood prior position and later position. One position is prior position, one position is explained by one person, and another position is explained by, opposite position is explained by the different person who is sitting there. And they have to present arguments to prove their position, to support their position. And thereafter, what is coming as nirnaya, as a conclusion, that is called the conclusion part, nirnaya, and later on it is conceived as Siddhanta Paksha. So let us take, if we are following the Nyaya position, Nyaya philosophical school, and if we are taking, we are taking Buddhist philosophical school, what happens? In Nyaya philosophical school, Buddhist positions are taken as prior positions. And in Buddhist school, Nyaya position is taken as prior position. So, this happens because we are having different attitudes, different arguments, we are seeing things from different perspectives. Therefore, there are different opinions and different conclusions. So, I think the process of Shastrarth or process of Vada can be understood in this way, how our thinking process goes. In our thinking process also we do the same. We take different positions and try to find out some arguments to support those positions. And in this way we can see that this Shastrarth, how we think and how we could think collectively. Because individually when we are thinking, we are also following the same process. Therefore, when Nyaya Sutra clearly says, begins from doubt and reaches at a conclusion. And in the same way, when Mimamsa explains Adhikarana, it begins from doubt and reaches at a conclusion. Vishayo Vishayashchaiva Purva Pakshas Tathottaram. Then Nirnaya. Nirnayashchaiti Panchangam Shastra Adhikaranam. So these are adhikarana of a shastra, and these are the process of Sastrartha. There should be a topic, there should be a doubt, clear cut, vipratipatti vakya. Whether there is a God or not, whether there is Atman or not, whether there is a doer or not. So there are different ways we can say. And it can be extended to many new thoughts, new branches of knowledge. So I think it has very much relevance to present world, and we can introduce this idea and how it is important for the development of knowledge we can see. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I hope this Sastrartha program will be very helpful for the development of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you for setting the tone across the tradition for the Sastrartha panel. Thank you for making the distinction between what is Swatantra Hetu and Prasanga Hetu that the Nalanda has given, where the positions will be stated, but no essential position, which gives room to what Jain tradition has said in Anekant Varth also. Now we have the honor to invite our next distinguished speaker, our own Professor Asang Tilak Ratne, distinguished visiting professor at Nalanda University. His journey before taking this chair has been through the finest institution of the earth, formerly senior chair professor of Pali and Buddhist studies and the founder of head of the Department of Buddhist Studies at University of Columbia, Sri Lanka. Please welcome him for his address.
Pravartito Deepa Iva Pradipat. Like lighting a lamp with another lamp. Just a moment ago, we lighted this auspicious lamp with another lamp. I think this represents overall what Nalanda University is doing, and also in particular what we are gathered here this morning to do. We share our knowledge without harming to our own knowledge, but of course at the same time contributing to our own knowledge. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished academics, distinguished panel of judges, and all the young academics, everybody gathered here. Very good morning to all of you. We believe that whenever you get up in the morning to do something very good, that day is Mangala or auspicious day. I think to all of us in Nalanda, this is a very auspicious day in which we see our young scholars coming out and defending their dissertations and also engaging in debate, academic debate. Now, when we look at this whole exercise, I see something very interesting, particularly in debate, in which we use word or language as our main weapon or main instrument. Now we know that when we think about the word and also the power of the word, Indian tradition knows so well about this aspect. Now we know that Rig Veda, 10th Mandala, 125, Vak Sutra or Devi Sukta represents this idea from a very ancient time where we know about the power of the word. Now, particularly when we look at this debating aspect, we can see that it is a very important shift from physical action to verbal action. Now, we know that in ordinary, uneducated, not in a derogatory sense, but, society, we resort to physical power. But here, Vada represent a shift from physical action to verbal action, where we use word in order to convince others. Now, this is a very, very important thing. when we talk about the vada, we talk about particularly a dialogue. Dialogue means a discussion between two people. Now, precondition of conducting a dialogue is the partners have to be equals, because it is the whole idea of dialogue. Otherwise, what we have is a monologue. Now, in the ancient Indian tradition, from Vedas to Upanishads to, we see this tradition. And also in the Western tradition, we see dialogues in Plato, Socrates dialogues. And I remember something interesting when Rhys Davids, at the end of the 19th century, when he translated the Buddhist canon Digha Nikaya, Long Discourses of the Buddha, he named this translation Dialogues of the Buddha. Now you can see that where this concept comes to Rhys Davids to call it dialogue, because his background with Western education, being familiar with Socratic dialogues, he named Digha Nikaya Dialogues of the Buddha. Now this is something very interesting. We know when we look at most of these suttas, Buddha would ask at the beginning of the discussion, Tang King Manyata Bhikkave, because what do you think? Now, of course, all of us who are familiar with, including Professor Sarao, with the Buddhist text, I mean, Buddha, the people were not really answering to this question. Buddha knew that, but still he would ask this question, what do you think? Now, you know, that sets up the discussion to a very democratic, very the sharing type position where you ask the other person's view. So therefore, this whole exercise of dialogue, on the one hand, we are shifting from physical aspect to verbal action, and the power of the verbal action. Now in the Buddhist tradition, we have this story of Milinda and Nagasena. Menander, who was ruling around 2nd century BCE in India, and Nagasena. When Milinda asked from Nagasena, would you like to discuss with me? Nagasena Thera says something very interesting. Sure, I would discuss with you if you discuss with me like a pandita, panditavada, like a scholar. I would not discuss with you if you discuss with me like a king. Then king asks, what is the difference? Well, Nagasena says, if you discuss with king, a king says something and you say something different, your head is gone. However, when you discuss with the pandita, you say something, then you have a counter argument, you have defense, you have negation, and all these things. So this is how academics debate. In fact, today also we would see that academics will debate in the same manner, arguing, presenting arguments, presenting counter arguments, and arguing back and forth. Now this is something very, very interesting. We know that the word is a very powerful thing. Indian tradition knows this power very much. Again, I remember in one of the Buddhist tantras says, Kimastya sadhyang mantranam yojitanam yatha vidhi. If you use properly, what is there that cannot be done with the mantra? Now, mantra is the word. In other words, what it means is, if you know your language very well, if you conduct your language very well, there is nothing that you cannot do. I particularly would like to say to these young scholars who will be engaging in today's debates and dialogues, well, if you know your language very well, we know that there is nothing you cannot do. Now, I will not take too much of your time. In fact, what we are going to witness today is something of that sort, where young academics will be arguing back and forth. Well, you are the future. That means you are the future, teachers, administrators, and also policymakers. Now, in your administration, teaching, and policymaking, I hope this will give you a good example how to be considerate, how to be kind, how to be compassionate, how to be more just. I wish you well and success in your debates that you will be conducting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your insightful sharing and also encouraging our students for the next 2 days. His teachings, nobody can forget. We are continuing to benefit from your wisdom, and we expect that this tradition in your presence will thrive. Next, we have the privilege to invite Shri Vishal Tarachangada, who is a Mumbai-born scholar and a teacher of Jain Dharma. With over 2 decades of dedicated study, contemplation, and teaching rooted in the Gujarati Jain tradition, what makes his scholarship extraordinary is its breadth and its depth in equal measures. Fluent in Gujarati, Hindi, Marathi, English, Sanskrit, and Prakrit, Shri Vishal works closely with the Agamic and post-colonial Jain corpus. Please welcome him for your address.
Hello. Namaskaram to everyone. All the faculty members, all the students, all the scholars, and the honorable guest. Good morning to everyone. I'm audible? Yes. Pooja ji, may I have that slide? Okay. So, the richer ones who are seniors than me, they have told very much about the Vad thing. So I'll have to say very little thing about that thing. And I would prefer to talk in more in Hindi as compared to the language we are using now. सबसे पहले तो मैं कहूँगा कि वाद जिसे शास्त्रार्थ भी कहते हैं, शास्त्रार्थ की शुरुआत यहाँ पे होने जा रही है, एक हमारे लिए एक प्रिविलेज की बात है. कुछ चीज़ें यहाँ पे हम सुन चुके हैं, उसको हम विस्तार करने की कोशिश नहीं करेंगे. पहली बात यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं कि पर्पस ऑफ वाद, जैसे हमारे सीनियर्स ने पहले ही कह चुके हैं लोग कि वाद का पर्पस जीतना नहीं होता, लेकिन वाद का पर्पस सत्य को एस्टैब्लिश करना होता है, सत्य को टेस्ट करना होता है, सत्य को रिफाइन करना होता है. इसकी ज़रूरत क्या है? क्योंकि यहाँ पर okay, for that thing. Okay, fine. It's not working. Okay. जी. यहाँ पर जितनी भी फिलॉसफियाँ इस देश में जन्मी है, पैदा हुई है, फूली फली है, सबका मुख्य लक्ष्य, मूल लक्ष्य, मेन गोल रहा है मुक्ति को पाना, मोक्ष को प्राप्त करना. और हर फिलॉसफी ने मोक्ष को प्राप्त करने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ रास्ते बताए. दे हैव टॉट अस सम वे, सम कंडक्ट. और उसी चीज़ को जानने के लिए नॉलेज होना ज़रूरी है, और वो नॉलेज ट्रुथ बेस्ड होगा तो ही हमारा कंडक्ट, तो ही हमारा रास्ता सही हो पाएगा. और इसलिए जो भी सत्य हम लेकर चल रहे हैं उसकी टेस्टिंग जब तक नहीं होती, उस सत्य को धारदार जब तक नहीं बनाया जाता है, उसे हम पूरी तरह से क्लैरिफाई नहीं कर पाते, तब तक हमारा माना हुआ सत्य शायद हमें सही दिशा में नहीं लेके जा पाएगा. और इसीलिए शास्त्रार्थ की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, इसीलिए वाद की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, इसीलिए डायलॉग की ज़रूरत पड़ती है. और इसलिए हमारे देश में, इस देश में वादों की परंपरा काफ़ी पुरानी रही है. वाद के उल्लेख काफ़ी जगहों पर मिलते हैं। कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पर हर गली गली में, हर चौराहे पर, हर पनघट पे वाद हुआ करते थे। और वो परंपरा काफ़ी सारी कारणों की वजह से, कॉलोनाइजेशन की वजह से, एजुकेशन सिस्टम चेंज हुआ उसकी वजह से, और दूसरे भी कारण हैं जिसकी वजह से लगभग लुप्त प्राय हो गई, नष्ट हो गई। और खुशी की बात यह है कि नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी इन्हीं शास्त्रार्थ को रिवाइव करने की कोशिश आज के दिन से करने जा रही है। और इसके लिए तहे दिल से मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगा नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी को। हम देख सकते हैं कि दिस इज नॉट वर्किंग। यस, सो वी हैव सीन दैट वाद का जो पर्पस है वहाँ पर सत्य को परखना है, सत्य को एस्टैब्लिश करना है, सत्य को क्लैरिफाई करना है। और सत्य उसी को कहते हैं जो हित की तरफ लेके जाए, जो हित में हमारी चेतना को मोड़ दे, उसी को सत्य कहते हैं। और उसी को रेक्टिफाई करने के लिए, उसी को एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए, उसी को क्लैरिफाई करने के लिए वाद की परंपरा हमारे यहाँ होती थी। दूसरी चीज़ वाद के बारे में, जैसे वाद, जल्प और वितंडा के बारे में हमने सुना, वैसे ही चूँकि मैं जैन बैकग्राउंड से आता हूँ तो हमारे यहाँ पे पूज्य हरिभद्र सूरी महाराज हुए, पूज्य यशोविजय जी महाराज हुए, और काफ़ी दूसरे भी विद्वान हुए जिन्होंने वाद के बारे में बात की हुई है। वाद की चर्चाएं भी जैन शास्त्रों में जगह जगह पे मिलती है। और उसमें से एक जगह पर वाद के 3 प्रकार दिए हुए हैं। एक होता है शुष्कवाद, दूसरा होता है विवाद, और तीसरा होता है धर्मवाद। शुष्कवाद यानी क्या? तो शुष्कवाद यानी जिस वाद में शुष्कता है, यानी कि सामने वाले को हराने का पर्पस है। द पर्पस इज टू विन द वाद, न कि सत्य को एस्टैब्लिश करके अपने आप को सत्य के साथ वाकिफ करना। और इसलिए ऐसे वाद को शुष्कवाद कहा जाता है जिसका रिजल्ट काफ़ी अच्छा नहीं आता, हित की ओर वो वाद नहीं लेके जाता। दूसरा होता है विवाद। विवाद में शायद इंटेंशन सही हो या ना हो, लेकिन विवाद उसे कहते हैं जिसमें छल, जाति वगैरह का इस्तेमाल करके वाद के नियमों को तोड़ा जाता है और कैसे भी करके वाद को जीता जाता है। ये भी वाद सही नहीं माना जाता। और तीसरा होता है धर्मवाद, जिसमें इंटेंशन भी सही होता है, सत्य पकड़ में आए उसी तरह से वाद किया जाता है, वाद के नियमों को फॉलो किया जाता है, और आखिर में भले ही बाहर से दिखे कि एक पक्ष जीत रहा है, लेकिन असल में अंदर से विजयी दोनों पक्षों की होती है, क्योंकि दोनों पक्ष सत्य को स्वीकारने के लिए तैयार है, और उसी को धर्मवाद कहते हैं। वाद का तरीका जैसे हम सुन चुके हैं, इसलिए मैं इसके बारे में ज़्यादा विस्तार से नहीं कहूँगा। पक्ष होता है, प्रतिपक्ष होता है, वादी होता है, प्रतिवादी होता है, और उन्हें सुनने के लिए, उन्हें क्वेश्चन करने के लिए अथॉरिटीज़ रहती है। और वाद उन्हीं के रेक्टिफिकेशन के आधार पे उनकी हाजिरी में ये वाद कंप्लीट होता है। और जब ये वाद या जब ये शास्त्रार्थ पूर्णता की कगार पर पहुंचता है तो कुछ न कुछ सत्य निखर कर आता है, और इससे जन साधारण को भी लाभ होता है, वादी को भी लाभ होता है, और प्रतिवादी को भी लाभ होता है। वाद में काफ़ी चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि हम वाद में दोषों को ना इम्प्लाई करें, दोषों को ना बीच में लाएं। न छल बीच में आना चाहिए, न जाति बीच में आनी चाहिए, न वाक चातुर्य बीच में आना चाहिए जिसमें खराब इंटेंशन जुड़ा हुआ है, न अपना अहंकार बीच में आना चाहिए, न क्रोध बीच में आना चाहिए, न अपने आंतरिक दोष बीच में आने चाहिए। और जब ये सारी चीज़ों को बाजू पर रखकर एक मध्यस्थता से, एक सत्य को जानने की जिज्ञासा से वाद किया जाता है तो उस वाद को सही वाद कहा जाता है। अब ये बात एक बहुत महत्व की है और इसी के आधार पर वाद की परंपरा को तोड़ा गया है कि क्या वाद झगड़ा है। तो मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा सचिन चतुर्वेदी जी और सारी टीम से, फैकल्टी मेंबर सब लोग जिन्होंने इसके लिए मेहनत की है और ये चीज़ को रिवाइव करने का प्रयास किया है। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Shri Vishal ji, for a very succinct and lucid presentation of what is VAD all about, what is this debate all about, and touching very important element of our evaluation sheet that has been given to the jury member, the Samvad Shaili. What kind of doshas, what kind of flaws, the fallacies this VAD should be mindful of while judging. While we have heard from Professor Sachidanand Mishra sir that what should be the praman, one of the criteria of evaluation, from Asange sir, what is the tark and vitark that you have to judge, Samvad Shaili has come from you very, very clearly. Next, we move to Dr. Mayank Shekharji, currently Mission Director of the National Mission on Cultural Mapping at the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts. Dr. Shekhar leads the extraordinary Mera Gaon, Mera Dharohar project, an ambitious endeavor to document the tangible and intangible heritage of over 6 lakh villages across India, connecting future generations to their roots through a living digital database. He has enriched us with his presence today. Please welcome him for his address.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pooja ji. First of all, I render my deep sense of gratitude to Nalanda University, and in particular, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi ji, for giving me this opportunity to say few words about this rich tradition of Sastrartha. Last year, our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, during his Gyan Bharatam conference, he said that India's history is not just about the rise and fall of densities. Rather than India is itself a living stream of thinkers, text, and their contribution. I remember at this time, one of the 19th century philosopher B.K. Matilal, who says that the Indian knowledge tradition, there are the two unique concepts. One is the Vad, and other is the Praman. The former, that is the Vad, is more related to dialecticism, sophistry, argument, while the other, the Praman, is related to the empirical knowledge, criteria for Anubhavik Gyan. And in fact, these two traditions, Vad and Praman, enriches both. The Vad not only remains outside, rather than it enriches the Praman tradition. And also, as Sachidanand Mishra sir said that, Vad is one of the 16 categories of Nyaya Darshan that leads to true knowledge and ultimately culminates in the Nihshreyas. As the first sutra of Nyaya says that, the Praman, Pramey, Sansay, Prayojan, Drishtan, Siddhant, Avyo, Tark, Nirnay, Vad, Jalp, Vitanda, Hetva, Bhas, Chhal, Jati, Nigrah, Sthana, Nam, Tattva, Gyanat, Nihshreyasadi, Gama. The Vad is one of the category. And we also know that, and this brochure also mentions that Vade, Vade, Jayate, Tattva, Bodha. In fact, it is from Rambha Sukh Samvad, in which the whole verse is Tirthe Tirthe Nirmalam Brahma Vrindam Vrinde Vrinde Tattva Chintanuvada Vade Vade Jayate Tattva Bodha and Bodhe Bodhe Bhaste Chandrachuda. That means through Vad, we reach at a true knowledge. And in fact, in this true knowledge, Bodhe Bodhe Bhaste Chandrachuda, the true knowledge is in fact in which the moon crested, that is the Lord Shiva, manifest. So this idea of Tattva Bodh, reaching towards the reality, is the unique characteristic of Indian knowledge tradition that distinguishes from the Western dialecticism. And also, for some Indian philosophies where the word, in which the word has been considered as the Sabd Brahm, like the language of philosophy, here in this philosophy, the Vad assume the utmost importance. As Patanjali said in Mahabhasya, Ekah Sabda Samyak Gyata Suprayukta Swarge Loke Kam Dugdha Bhavati. Or we have also in Bhartrihari Vakyapadi, Na Swasti Pratyo Loke Yah Sabdanugamadrite Anubiddham Yu Jnanam. That is all the knowledge manifest in form of word. And this term Sastrartha, I think that this is a very recent phenomena. It is in vogue in the 18th, 19th century rather than the oldest term for this Sastrartha, containing the meaning of Sastrartha, is Vad or Anvikshiki, as Sir also highlights. It was the foundation of scientific thinking, and Manu has equated this Anvikshiki as Atma Vidya. So initially, Anvikshiki has two aspects. One is the Atma Vidya, and parallelly, when Nyaya Darshan in Gautam Muni developed this Anvikshiki, the logical aspect. So when Anvikshiki concerned with the soul, it is known as Atma Vidya at a philosophy, and that's why in this sense, Kautilya defines ki Sankhya Yoga and Lokayat as Anvikshiki. And on the other side, when it deals with the logical, it is Anvikshiki, the reasoning. Because in Kautilya, there are the knowledge system are four. What are those four? Anvikshiki, Trai means all the three Vedas, Varta, agriculture, and the Dandaniti, and the fourth is Anvikshiki. So he says that Bala Bale Chaita Sam Hetu, that means the prominence and weakness of these branches of learning, that means the other three, the Trai, Varta, and Dandaniti, are decided by reasoning. And where you decide the reasoning, so for that you have to study Anvikshiki. That's why he concludes that section, Artha Shastra, in that second chapter or third chapter by saying that Pradipah Sarvidyanam, Upayah Sarvakarmanam, Ashrayah Sarvadharmanam, Sasvada Anvikshiki Mata. That means this Anvikshiki, this Vad, this Sastrartha is the lamp for all knowledge. Pradipah Sarvidyanam, Upayah Sarvakarmanam. It is the solution of all action. And Ashrayah Sarvadharmanam. It is the foundation of all things. And in fact, this is the eternal. So this is the first term is Vad. And in fact, when you read the Vedic tradition, our Vedic sages uses two terms. One is the inquiry, sampriksha, and other is samvad, the conversation. And one of the verses in Rigveda says that, na yah samprikshe, na punar havitave, na samvadaya ramate, tasma no adya, samrite rurusyatam, bahubhyam na urusyatam. That means in that mantra, Jamdagni Bhargav request Mitra and Varun to protect him from such enemy who do not ask question, na yah samprikshe, do not offer oblation, and do not rejoice at conversation. So in this way, we can see that the inquiry and conversation are the two integral characteristic of the Vedic society. During that period, the term is Brahmoday. We all know that. The term is for Vad or Sastrartha, the term is Brahmoday, the questioning and answering. Brahmoday is the technical name for assembly holding such kind of Sastrartha. And the Satpat Brahman or Sukla Yajurved still offer some of the examples of what kind of Brahmoday. It is like a riddle. For example, I can just quote 2 or 3 examples. One side asks questions, Kah swide kaki charti iti. That means who alone moves? Then the answer is, Asau aditya ekaki charti. The sun alone moves. Then again the question, Kah swid jayate punah. Who is born again? The answer is Chandrama vai jayate. The moon is born. Kim swid himasya bhesajam. What is the remedy for cold? Agni vai himasya bhesajam. The fire is the remedy for cold. Kim va avapnam mahat. What is the great vessel? Lokah avapnam mahat. This world is in fact the great vessel. Kasvid asit pilippila. Who was the beautiful one? Sri vai pilippila. The Sri, Lakshmi is the most beautiful. Kim swid surya samam jyoti. What is the radiance equal to sun? The answer is Brahma Varchasam. The Brahman is the radiance equal to sun. So in this way, Brahmoday comprised of question and answer. The method of question and answering is followed in the Upanishadic time. And we can also hear in which the Yagyavalk and the Janak and the Gargi, Maitreyi, Suvarchala, and Sulbha. There are so many debates in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad or Chandogya Upanishad are preserved. And in fact, the Sankaracharya classify these kind of vad as Samvad Prakaran when he has written his commentaries. And in this way, if you read the Upanishad, there are the certain schemes that chart the whole Upanishadic literature charts out what are the criteria for vad. And then the first is, it is the 8 criteria in which engaging into the vad or Sastrartha. The first is prasna, that is questioning to initiate a dialogue. Then anuprasna, definitely if you ask some question, then the counter question arising out of the discussion, anuprasna. Then the third is anati prasna nivaran, that is the avoiding too much questioning. If you ask too much question, that there is that you may sidetracking of the issue. Vyakhya, then the detailed explanation of your desired end. Anuvyakhya, further explanation if it requires. Dristant, you have to cite an illustration also. Akhyayika, narrating a story. That's why when we read Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, what is soul, what is the true, what is the cause of this universe, then there is also a story is there, narrating. This is our characteristic of Indian knowledge tradition. Here history also containing the narrating, the story. That's why in Shanti Param, when Yudhishthir asked so many questions to Bhisma, and Bhisma every time said, ki atrapi udaharantim itihasam puratanam. In this case, there is a very old story in that particular context. So, the akhyayika, a story. And then the finally is urdha pravachan. That means deciphering the extent of learning. From where I have to proceed further. Urdha pravachan. And these 8 characteristics, I think that it is a cornerstone of later when Nyaya Darshan developed the Panchavaya Anuman Vakya. The Pratigya Hetu, Udaharan, Upnay or Nigman, like Parvato Vahniman, to prove this. So this kind of syllogism has a precursor in the Upanishadic time. And when you read the Ramayana, Mahabharata, lot of debate, lot of vad. In fact, one of the very important section of Mahabharata in Janak Sulbha Samvad, I think we all heard that, in which there is the Mithila, the king of Mithila is Janak, and the lady ascetic is Sulbha. And there is a heated argument between Janak and Sulbha. And in the course of debate, Sulbha outlined so many things. What are the beauty of how the blemishes of sentences, and what are the 5 qualities of the interlocutors. And I'm just quoting, and I'm here concluding. So she says that, since I am a student of aesthetics, so in fact, Abhinav Gupta, when he started writing commentaries, Abhinav Bharati, so he cites that, his methodology. And then he begins by saying that, Upadayasya sampatha, tad anyasya pratiknam, asfut vyakhya virodhanam, parihara supurnata, lakshanusaranam slista vaktavyans vivechanam, sangati panuruktanam, samadhana samakulam, sangrahascheti vyakhya atra prakarvatra samasrita. That is, what are my methodology? So, upadayasya sampatha. First of all, I have to explain what is the relevant thing, upadayasya sampatha. And the tad anyasya pratiknam, the rest of the things I only indicate. The irrelevant things I have to only indicating. Asfut vyakhya, the clear explanation. Asfut vyakhya virodhanam parihara supurnata. And I have to clear explanation of my opponent. Lakshanusaranam, I have always keep in mind my original conviction, what I have to prove. Lakshanusaranam, slista vaktavyans vivechanam. That means if there is something, there are so many words containing different meaning, so I have to explain. Slist vaktavyans vivechanam, sangati panuruktanam. If I say anything 2 times, then I have to make a coherent and samadhan samakulam, and I have to say that there are so many ways to understand this. That's why Sankaracharya, explaining his commentary of many times, he says that there are so many ways to understand Brahma. And Sangra is one of the peculiar qualities of Abhinav Gupta. Finally, when he concludes any chapter, he says, he quotes one verse that is known as Sangra, the concluding verse, giving the whole gist of that chapter. So in this way, There are so many things, and I must express my deep sense of gratitude to Nalanda University and Honorable VC sir for inviting me to say a few words about this Sastrartha tradition. And I definitely think that it is Nalanda, once a seat of learning, again is going to revive this, the Sastrartha, the unique, and it is the meaning of Indian knowledge tradition, as sir highlighted initially. We are doing so many things in the name of Indian knowledge tradition, but this is the essence when we revive our Sastrartha tradition. Thank you so much.
Sir, for highlighting many aspects of across tradition, how debate has been conceptualized. Thank you for telling us the Anvikshiki. Now we move to our own Professor Godavrish Mishra, the Dean of School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion, bringing with him over 40 years of teaching experience and a body of work that spans Indian philosophy tradition, Vedanta, Buddhism, Sanskrit, and Western hermeneutics. Please welcome him.
वागर्थ विवसंपृक्तौ वागर्थ प्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वंदे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ. Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected panelists, very esteemed audience, and my students. Today is a day when we are bringing the past to the present and giving a lead to the future of the past to the future, and the future which would be imbibed by the Sastrartha, a parampara in which India excelled in no uncertain terms in the world. Friends, in this tradition of India, Jnana Parampara, the Bhagartha culminated in Sastrartha. The Bhagartha, the Vak, the world of words, culminated in the world of wisdom, Sastrartha. What is Shastra? Shastra is a word, very unique word, which represents all the traditions of all the disciplines in India, from metaphysics, physics to metaphysics, from arts to science, from fine arts to performing arts. Everything is included in this. And this is the tradition which Nalanda, with the leadership of Professor Chaturvedi, our Vice Chancellor, wants to emulate today in all the disciplines, and the Shastra Parampara must be brought down to the present deliberations, dialogues, and should have implication for the future. And this tradition is a tradition, which is very innate to our learning, which is being spoken in everywhere. We do Vada in ourselves. We do Sastrartha in ourselves, which is called as Banana. How to learn? Vada is an inherent component of learning which is spoken everywhere. Tadvidhi pranipathena pariprasnena sevaya upadekshyanti te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. Pariprasna is Vada. And this Pariprasna Parampara should not be confined to a few traditional disciplines like 6 systems of Indian philosophy or 10 systems of orthodox, non-orthodox systems. It must be beyond that, is what our Vice Chancellor wants to do, and we are all here to do that. And how to do this? Our great panelists, Professor Mishra, Professor Asanga Tilakaratne, Professor Vishalji, and Mayankji have spoken. And what is the way? This is the question. How to do this? A question asked by Drupada kah panthaha. How to do this? It can, as we have seen, Vada does not culminate in getting a victory or being defeated, which was spoken by Professor Tilakaratne so nicely in Nagasena Milinda Samvada. The person who gets defeated, a person who gets victorious, feels grateful to the person whom he defeats, that I have learned so much from you. A tradition all our acharyas have been doing till today, and therefore, kah panthaha, what is the way? Mahajano, yena gataha, sah panthaha. The great people, whichever way they have gone, is the way for debate, which was experimented in this land in so profound way. And one of the greatest exemplar is Nagarjuna. 1st century BC, 1st century AD. 8th century Vachaspati Mishra. 10th century Sriharsha. Coming down till today, as Professor Chaturvedi told, Dharampalji, who is bringing back that, see, our tradition can be done in our terms. This is what we should be doing through Vada. Thank you very much for this. Thanks, Professor.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very, very enlightening address. Next, we move to our Dean, Professor D. Venkatrao, sir, School of Language, Literature and Humanities, bringing with him 40 years of teaching experience and a rare intellectual range spanning across literary and cultural studies, image studies, comparative thoughts, translation, and multiple others. Please welcome him.
Members of the panel, dear colleagues and students. I have a confession to make. When Dr. Pooja Debral introduced the panel, she said that they all are experts in Sastrartha. Actually, I don't come from Sastrartha tradition. I have a disclaimer to make. In fact, I carry the blighted legacy of colonialism. I teach English literature, Macaulay's legacy. And I have this wicked feeling that Macaulay's legacy is not only confined to English literature, but the entire university. So whatever the discipline that you are studying, you are located very much within that legacy. That's something that's what I believe. But that legacy, that contradictory legacy, is the challenge that we have to face. Every university will have to face. Ever since I joined this university, I began to see acutely that this university has become extremely sensitive to this question. How do we face this particular kind of blighted legacy in the living conditions of our existence today? It seems to me that the question of tradition is caught in the antinomies. The antinomy one is that museumize the tradition, glorify the tradition, invoke it, celebrate it, and then pedestalize it. The second challenge is annihilate the tradition. So, we don't need the tradition, we need to go beyond that. This is the kind of thing that is available. These are easy paths. These paths cannot be taken. University cannot move further. But we are structurally dissociated and disconnected with our tradition. How do we think about the tradition more effectively and more dynamically today? That's the challenge that the university has undertaken silently but more effectively. And then without him making any kind of promulgations on the TV, we are trying to do something here. How do we think about this issue of Shastra? Shastra is a domain of learning, after all. Shastra is a domain of learning. The domain could be any kind of domain which a human being thinks that it is relevant for existence. If that is so, artha means explication, making a reflection accessible to others by means of elucidation, expansion, and also questioning it. This is what Sastrartha has done. And then Indian traditions have produced multiple domains in which Sastrartha has been developed. These domains of learning have been developed, and they have been tested in different ways. What is the end of the Shastra? What are the ultimate ends of these domains of learning, whether in tradition or whether today? The ends of these domains of learning, irrespective of whether it is ecology or history or archaeology or literature, what are the ends of that? Can we begin to live along with others? Can we evoke a learning which enables us to live along with others while sustaining the conditions of our existence for flourishing? Is it possible for us to do that beyond all kinds of formations, beyond all kinds of living, non-living, and other kind of surroundings and the ambience within which we are caught today? That's the biggest challenge. This university, as a result of that, this kind of deep thinking, not just in this particular iteration, but in multiple iterations, this university has been trying to articulate this fundamental challenge. How do we begin to bring the legacy of a tradition and make it more dynamic in the context of our existence and our everyday work. What is our everyday work? We train the students to create their own work, their own reflection, bring forth their work, materialize it. Can they defend it in public? Can they present it in a lucid manner and face the questions without getting, kind of perilous and fearful? Is it possible for us to articulate it and take up the challenges as much as humbly as possible in order to further their learning? This is an unending process. There's no one particular destination to this. The unending process, as long as we live, as long as we try to know, as long as we want to think and then sustain institutions, this legacy goes on. 100 years of legacy of interrogating colonialism has not led to anything, something substantial. But I think the efforts must be made. I think this generation, our generation, in our context, along with you, we all are trying to make that. And this is a collective exercise. We learn, we fall down, we learn, we get up, we try to move on, and then bring along with others. This is the effort. The ultimate essence of the Sastrartha is to, the training that we are giving, can it reach across? Can these students go out into the world and then provide meaningful articulation of their reflections? Can they live along with others in a way which enables a kind of salubrious flourishing of humanity? Thank you. This is what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very lucid and comprehensive summary of this panel. The journey will continue, as you will witness very soon what sir has just mentioned, that how this tradition living across the disciplines that are serving contemporary needs. So now, with this, we come to the end of our expert panel. Please thank them with a round of applause for all their contributions and sharing them with all their heart with our students and all the faculties present here. Now with this, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to express our gratitude to our distinguished speakers. What is being presented here is the Angavastra and the Buddha statue. Please join the spirit by not holding your applause. To start with, Professor Sachidanand Mishra, Member Secretary, ICPR. Professor Asanga Tilak Ratne, Distinguished Visiting Professor, Nalanda University. Next, we have Shri Vishal Tarachand Garaji, scholar and teacher of Jain Dharma. Next, we have Dr. Mayank Shekhar, Mission Director, NMCM, IGNCA. We would also like to thank our own deans. Please join them in expressing our gratitude to all the distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. So with this, we smoothly slide into the panel number 1, Sastrartha Parampara continues. And for this panel, we request all the distinguished speakers to take seat in the audience and enjoy what students have prepared for them.
बेशक हाँ मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं आराम से वेट कर रहा हूँ मुझे कोई जल्दी नहीं है हाँ बेज
हम लोग को डायरेक्ट करेंगे हम लोग का ही पहला है तो हमें पता ही नहीं जो अपन सेट करेंगे वही प्रेसिडेंस एक्चुअली हम लोग बाहर इतना ऊपर सेट करेंगे बाकी लोग हंसते थोड़ी क्या नहीं नहीं जरूरत नहीं है
We will be beginning with our first panel very shortly. We would kindly request you to bear with us.
chanting will start
You can sit.
we'll be chanting
Chanting.
yes definitely
खड़े होना खड़े नहीं उनको chanting खड़े होकर करना है
हम लोग करेंगे हम लोग चैंट करेंगे पहले नहीं नहीं सहना वो तो करेंगे हम लोग खड़ा होके करेंगे बाकी का चैंटिंग बाद में करेंगे बैठ के 2 मिनट में हो जाएगा we will do in 14 minutes
Good afternoon to our distinguished Vice Chancellor, sir, our esteemed jury, all the panelists, as well as everybody else who's present in this auditorium. The theme of this panel is Life is a Waking Dream, Does the Self Ever Sleep? This panel brings together dissertations examining whether our self is ever asleep or life can be considered as a dream we see while being awake. The members of this panel are Piyush Kumar, who has worked on the Vivaha Samskara, Context and Relevance for the Modern Man, Sheikh Tarzrian, who has worked on understanding the life and gospels of Sharoda Devi, an approach to universal love and absolute equanimity. Next, we have Shastri Bhaskar Mohan Kaur, who is working on Vedantic realization and the necessity of bhakti, a study of Adi Shankaracharya and Sri Ramakrishna Paramahans. We have Dr. Jagtap Prasad Jagannath, whose work is on Beyond Religion, Resilience of the Concept of Dharma Among Digitally Literate Bharatiya. Up next, we have Pham Thi Kim Trin, whose work is on a study of happiness, perspectives of the Upanishads and Sutta Pitaka. And we have Avnish Gaurav, who's worked on pre-Cautillian political thought, special emphasis on the appointment of ministers. I would now like to invite the faculty supervisor, Dr. Rajeshwar Mukherjee, to say a few words about the panel.
Mukhaṁ karoti vācālam pangūlaṁ girim yat kripātamahang vande paramanandamadhavam. The most honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, the learned members of the jury, the respected and erudite scholars who have assembled here, the learned deans and the professors, and my beloved students. So at the very outset, I would like to invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. May she bountifully bless on all of us, making this Sastrartha a great success. We have within us in the panel Dr. Prashant Jagtap as Uttara Paksha, Mr. Avanish Gaurav as Uttara Paksha, Ms. Trin as Uttara Paksha. As Purva Paksha, we have Mr. Piyush, Sheikh Tajrian, and Bhaskar Mohankar. As moderators, we have Sai Priya and Bismay from our current batch. The subject matter of today's deliberation is life is a waking dream. Does the self ever sleep? We have the relative experiences of wakefulness, dream, and the state of dreamless sleep. But is the dreamer, the self, he is awake or asleep? So this is the central theme of deliberation based on the concept of Avasthatraya vis-a-vis the concept of Yoga Sutra. I would like my students to start their deliberation.
Hello. Hello. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
May the Almighty protect us both, the teacher and the taught. May He nourish us both, the teacher and the taught. May we acquire equal energy. May our acquired knowledge be effulgent and effective. May we not hate each other. Om, peace, peace, peace. Please take your seats.
I would request everybody to kindly take their seats, and I hand over the session to the Madhyasthas to proceed further. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrisha. Navad lobhad vihito vicharas tattvam tu shastre kathitam vimuktyai व्याख्यायमाने यदिनाम तत्वे विदाम गतान्य अन्यमतान्य अदोषः स्वदृष्टि रागो अपि कल्पनैव तथान्य दृष्टौ अपि यश्च रोषः विदूय रागं प्रतिगम च तस्माद् विचार्यं क्षिप्रम् उपैति मुक्तम्.
The analysis in the treatise is not conducted out of fondness for arguments. It reveals the reality and is done for the sake of freedom. If in the course of explaining true reality, however, the other views are undermined, this is no fault. Attachment to one's own views and likewise, aversion for others' views is itself refined thinking. Therefore, by utterly dispelling attachment and anger and engaging in analysis, one swiftly achieves freedom.
It is in this spirit of enlightenment and freedom that we have this panel on Avasthatraya in relation to Samadhi. The central question is, are the three states merely biological or are they stages to Samadhi? Hence the title, Beyond Wakefulness, Does the Self Ever Sleep? Adhering to the structure of this Sastrartha, let us establish the Vishay or the subject matter. It is the nature of the three states as taught in the Mandukya Upanishad. The doubt is, are these states of Jagrat, Swapna and Sushupti merely physiological experiences, or do they represent meditative stages analogous with Samadhi?
Shastrarth has two sides, Purva Paksha and Uttara Paksha. Purva Paksha states that the three states are worldly experiences arising from avidya. To equate them with samadhi confuses unconsciousness with transcendental awareness. To which Uttar Paksha's thesis states that the states are manifestation of consciousness. Through yogic inquiry, they reveal progressive refinement of awareness culminating in Turiya.
The Uttara Paksha may now present their statement of basic premise on the topic. Uttara Paksha.
Shaunaka, the great householder, once goes to his guru, Angirasa, and asks him a very profound question. Kasminno bhago vigyate sarvamidgam vigyatam bhavatiti. By knowing what, everything else is known. The answer echoes in almost each and every Upanishad. In Mandukya Upanishad, it states, Om iti etat aksharam, Om, this is the syllable, all this existence. Idam sarvam tasya upavyakyanam, bhutam bhavat bhavishyat iti sarvam omkaraha eva. Yaccha anyat trikalatitam tat api omkaraha eva. Whatever was, whatever is, and whatever will be, all that is indeed Om, and whatever else transcends these three divisions of time, that is the past, present and future, that too is truly Om. Sarvam hi etat Brahma, ayam atma Brahma. The avasthatraya, that is the Jagrat state or the waking state, Swapna or the dream state, and Sushupti, the deep sleep state, these are not merely the psychological descriptions of ordinary human life. Vedic Rishi in Mandukya Upanishad declares them as a contemplative methodology designed to reveal the Brahman through the Atmanubhuti, or the direct experience or the realization. Saha ayam atma chatushpadaha. That very self has 4 quarters or 4 padas or 4 aspects or 4 states. What is pada? Padyate anena iti padaha. That by which one proceeds or one reaches is called as pada. The Mandukya Upanishad declares, Jagarita sthano vaishpradnyaha saptanga ekonavinchati mukhaha stula bhuk vaishvanaraha prathamaha padaha. The first quarter is Vaishvanara, whose sphere is the waking state, who is outwardly conscious, possessing 7 limbs and 19 mouths, and who experiences gross objects. This establishes the waking state or the Jagrat as the gross experiential field. Then Swapnasthan. Swapnasthano antapradnyaha saptangaha ekonavinchati mukhaha pravivikta bhuk taijasaha dvitiyaha padaha. The second quarter is Taijas, whose sphere is in the dream state, who is inwardly conscious, possessing 7 limbs and 19 mouths, and who experiences subtle objects. This indicates the subtle internalized consciousness of dreams. Further, yatra supto na kanchan kamam kamayate, na kanchana swapnam pasyati tat sushuptam. That is deep sleep, wherein the sleeper neither desires any objects nor sees any dream. Thus, waking is the gross cognition, dream is subtle cognition, and deep sleep is the causal absorption. These are not random biological states, but the structured manifestation of the ultimate consciousness itself.
Purva Paksha Prashna Kriyatam.
Acharya, Bhavan Samyak Badati. But the objection is, your interpretations ignore the precise yogic definition of sleep. The Yoga Sutra Patanjali states, Abhava Pratyaya Alambana Vritti Nidra. Sleep is the mental modification supported by the cognitions of absence. Sleep is merely a vritti. Rooted in absence and inertia, it is dominated by the tamas. But on the other hand, samadhi characterized by heightened awareness, sattva, luminous insights. Then the question is, how can unconscious sleep be equated with transcendental realization?
Uttara Paksha Samadhiyatam.
I'll answer
your question now. If the deep sleep were merely inner unconsciousness, the Upanishad would never glorify its experience with the device very case. The Mandukya Upanishad says, Esa Sastrartha, Esa Savajna, Eso Antayami, Esa Yunihi, Sawasra Rafabab, Yayohi Putanam. It means this is the Lord of all, this is the knower of all, this is the inner ruler, this is the source of all beings, from whom all beings arise, and into whom they dissolve. So an ordinary sleeper cannot be described as Savasra, the law of all, Savajna, the knower of all, or Antayami, the inner ruler. Therefore, the Upanishad points toward the counsel on different static conditions, underlying manifestation. The problem is not with deep sleep itself, but with the absence of witnessing awareness in ordinary person. The yogi enters the counsel stillness consciously, as he might respond to your doubt.
Sadhu.
Sadhu, sadhu. Purva Paksha.
Sister, you have given a great explanation, but I'm not able to agree with you, because if I consider your opinion, and if a sapna state is a form of meditative absorption, then every dreamer becomes a yogi. Is that so? Are you trying to say everyone who dreams is a yogi? Then I'm also a yogi. Anyway, dreams are unstable, dreams are involuntary, and dreams are filled with projection and dissolutions. But meditation requires a disciplined attention and intentional steadiness. So for me, it seems that your logic fails. Thank you.
Uttara Paksha.
So you have made a very pertinent point here, but the comparison here is not in the literal sense. It is in the structural sense. So I will try to explain it through an empirical example here. You know ECG test that is conducted for heart to assess the health of our heart. Same way, EEG tests are conducted for brain waves. And these tests were conducted, and it was found that the alpha, theta, and delta waves characterize the different states of sleep and wakefulness. Conspicuously, the same waves characterize the different states of meditation as well. So there lies the example that this comparison is structural, not literal. The Upanishad describe the dreamer as Taijasa, the luminous one. Mandukya Upanishad says, Swapna asthana anta pragya pravivikta bhuk Taijaso dvaitya padaha. While the waking state perceives the gross external world, the dream state turns inwards. It's not outwards anymore. In this state, the consciousness projects a world using latent impressions, desires, and memories from the waking state. The mind is decked with severe impressions accumulated in the waking state. The significance lies in the fact that mind can construct worlds, perceive objects, and experience reality without external sensory inputs. The luminous capacity, Taijasa, becomes foundational for visualization, deity contemplation, subtle meditation, sukshma dhyana, and yogic internalization. The second point that I mentioned, deity contemplation, is a case in point here, because these are not merely philosophical dispositions. We have real-world exemplifications of this concept. The famous mathematician Ramanuja often shared his experience that the mathematical formulations and expositions, they are dictated to him by a deity in his dream state. And that is what we are talking here. So these are not merely philosophical dispositions. Thus, Swapna demonstrates the autonomy of subtle consciousness from gross embodiment. And thereby lies my core argument that this comparison is structural and not literal in sense.
Sadhu, sadhu. Purva Paksha.
Thank you, Avnish ji, for your explanation. But even if these states possesses contemplative value, the Upanishad clearly distinguishes them from Turiya. In the Mandukya Upanishad, it declares, na antah pradyam, na bahi pradyam, na ubayatah pradyam, na prajnanadhanam, na pradyam, na apradyam, adrishtam, avyavharyam, agrahyam, alakshanam, achintayam, अव्यपदेशयम एकात्म प्रत्यसारम प्रपंच उपशमम शांतम शिवम अद्वैतम चतुर्थम मन्यन्ते सह आत्मा सह विज्ञेह. It means neither inwardly conscious nor outwardly conscious nor both, neither a mass of cognition nor unconscious, unseen, beyond transaction, incomprehensible, without characteristics, unthinkable, undescribable, whose essence is the awareness of the oneself, cessation of all phenomena, peaceful, auspicious, non-dual, that is considered the fourth. That is the self, that is to be realized. Even in the ancient Advaita tradition, Adi Sankaracharya beautifully explains consciousness through the metaphor of ocean and waves. The waves symbolize the waking, dream, and deep sleep states, each appearing different, temporary, and ever-changing. Yet, their true essence is only water. In the same way, all experiences arise and dissolve within consciousness. Turya, the fourth state, described in the Mandukya Upanishad, is like the silent depth of the ocean, which is eternal, undisturbed, and beyond all the change. Therefore, the mantra which declares the Turya as Shantam Shivam Advaitam, which symbolizes peaceful, auspicious, and non-dual character. Thus, we can infer that the first three states remain within the ambit of duality and ignorance.
We request both the Pakshas to limit their answers not more than 2 minutes.
Uttara Paksha.
Piyushji, I agree with you. Indeed, Turya alone is the absolute reality. There is no doubt about it. Yet, one reaches the realization only through inquiry into these three states. And that is exactly why in Mandukya Karika, Gaudpad explains it very nicely. The Karya Karana Baddhautau Ishyete Vishva Tejasau. That is, the Vishwa and Tejas are bound by cause and effect. Pradnyaha Karana Baddhaha. Pradnya is bound by only cause. Tu dvautau turye na siddhyataha. But in Turya, neither of these conditions exist. So, by examining waking state, dream state, and sushupti or the deep sleep state, seeker here recognizes the witness who is underlying through all these three states. And it is still there even beyond these three states. The dissolution here is from gross to subtle and from subtle to the causal. It mirrors the contemplative movement of the meditation itself, as if in samadhi. Thus, these states function as a ladder which leads to the realization of the fourth or the turiya. But I would like to further state that the getting involved only into these kind of intellectual debates wasn't the purpose of these Upanishads. The ultimate purpose was the realization of the ultimate truth through the Atmanubhuti and attaining mukti from the suffering of the samsara. Vagvaikhari Shabdazari Shastra Vyakhyanu Kaushalam Vaidusham Vidusham Tadvat Bhuktaye Natu Muktaye. These eloquent speeches, torrents of words, skilled expounding of the scriptures, and scholarly citing learnings, these may serve worldly purpose, but they are definitely not for the worldly gain or the liberation. Rishi Uddalak, while answering to the queries of his son, he explains the Yatha Soumya Ekena Mrutpendena Sarvam Mrunmayam Syad Vacharambanam Vikaro Namadheyam Mrutiketeva Satyam. The clay is the ultimate reality and not the pot. All things, they exist only in speech, in names and forms. So ultimately, all these three states are nothing but they exist in name and form. The causal state, the turiya, is always there in each and every state.
Purva Paksha.
Acharya Sammakasti Parantu, one emerging from the samadhi returns transformed with wisdom and detachment. On the other hand, one emerging from the sleep returns ignorant, desirous, and conditioned. He again fall into the samsara. If deep sleep itself were liberating, every person would attain moksha. After the deep slumber at night, every person feel enlightened. But it never happens. Hence, physiological sleeps and spiritual realization must remain fundamentally distinct. So, this is the point.
Uttara Paksha Samanadhanadeyam.
You have made a very pertinent point here. I will keep my response very short. So, the distinction which you talked about, it lies in the, not in the external state, but in the awareness present within it. So, Gaudapada in Advaita Prakarana of Mandukya Karika, he says, the mind merges or dissolves during deep sleep, but being controlled, it does not merge during samadhi. And that's where the difference lies. I'll conclude by mentioning a verse from Gita. Ya nisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagarti sanyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sa nisha pasyato munehi. That which is night for all beings, therein the yogi remains awake. Where beings are awake, that is night for a yogi. So here day and night are used in a figurative sense. Night represents the darkness of knowledge, not the planetary day and night. So the seeker remains established, and in Bhagavad Gita, the term used is sthita pragya. So he remains established as a sakshi through waking, dream, and deep sleep state. When deep sleep is illumined consciously, it approaches the state of nirvikalpa samadhi, the highest state of meditation.
Thank you, Avnish ji. I believe both sides have given adequate arguments in support of their thesis. We shall now see a quick summary of the points raised by both of the pakshas.
To summarize their arguments, Purva Paksha correctly warned against the confusing biological sleep with liberation. With mere consciousness is not enlightenment, to which Uttar Paksha's response has demonstrated that Avasthatraya is profoundly meditative in spirit. Human existence itself becomes a map of transcendence. The Upanishad finally declares, this self is Brahman. I am Atma Brahma. The self does not wake, does not dream, nor does it sleep. It merely witnesses the appearance and the disappearance of all the states. Thus, for the ignorant, life is cyclic experience. For the seeker, life becomes meditation. And for the knower, only non-dual consciousness remains.
We can summarize that each of these states represent a distinct level of manifestation of Brahman. It is therefore that we suppose and equate the Avasthatraya, the three states, with Samadhi in the yoga tradition. This Sastrartha opens a new vista of thoughts in regards to yoga, states of meditation and awareness. With an invitation for further inquiry, we bring this Sastrartha to a close. Thank you.
पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
This panel was truly engaging, and it sets a thoughtful tone for what follows. Up next, we move into the world of literature with a compelling theme, East or West, who reads literature better? This topic invites us to explore how cultural perspective shape interpretation, understanding, and appreciation of literary works across different regions. It also raises questions about whether reading is universal or deeply influenced by context and tradition. We have with us an excellent panel of speakers, Shelja, Prashant, Suthol, Shrey, So, and Neelav. Guiding the discussion will be our moderators, Sandeep, and Varsha. Without further ado, I now invite Dr. Pooja Dabral to briefly introduce the theme.
Thank you very much, Khushi. So the two moderators, the Madhyastha of this session, the session title is East or West, who reads literature better? Madhyasthas is Varsha, please raise your hand. Sandeep, please welcome them. Now the panelists are 6, Purv Paksha 3, Uttar Paksha 3, Sotunwen from Myanmar, Shailja Jha from India, Sutsre from Cambodia, Sothol from Cambodia, Neela Bhattacharya from India, Prashant Solanki from India. Please welcome the panel. The title of the panel is East or West, who reads literature better? The panel is inspired from the classes that run at the Department of School of Languages, Literature and Humanities under the leadership of our Dean, Professor Venkat Rao sir. The idea is, we have always seen when the literature students study in linguistic department, in literature department, be it translation studies, they always study Western theoretical frameworks. Nothing harm, nothing bad, but it is very limited. When it comes to the Cambodian literature, the Khmer Rouge literature, then when it comes to the Myanmar literature, where the culture itself is inspired by the Indic tradition, there is a lack of theoretical framework which use the Indian ideas. So these students in their dissertation, along with the current students from the batch, they are working on the papers, on the ideas, where they're using the Indian theories to analyze not only the Southeast Asian literature, but also the European framework, as Prashant is going to present. With this, please welcome the panel, and let's listen to them. Over to you, the moderators.
Greetings, everyone. So before we formally begin with our debate for this panel, we'll be reciting the verse by Nalanda master Chandrakirti, and it goes,
Navad lobhad vihito vicharas Tattvam tu shastri kathitam vimukte Vyakhyan mane yadi nam tattve Vidam gatane apina adosha.
Verse is the analysis in the treaty is not conducted out of the fondness for arguments. It reveals reality and is done so for the sake of freedom. If in the course of explaining true reality, however, others' views are undermined, this is no fault. Namaskar, welcome to this panel of Nalanda Shastrartha 2026.
the theme for this panel, as stated, East or West, who reads the literature better? On my right, we have Uttar Paksh. On my left, on my right, we have Purv Paksh. On my left, we have Uttar Paksh. In Purv Paksh, we have Mario, Shailja, Shrey. At Uttar Paksh, we have Thol, Neelav, Prashant.
So, the rules for this panel discussion are, you are allowed to pose your paksha in 2 minutes only. Every member can ask prashn and prati prashn in 15 seconds only. The responding member must answer within 30 seconds and kindly respect the time limit as the time discipline is also part of the judgment criteria. So we will listen to both the pakshas first and then we will open the floor for prashna and prati prashna.
Now I invite the very first panelist, Mario, to pose their paksh.
Good morning, everyone. My research is, it is about from negotiation tradition, monarchy, and not out of hate, a Buddhist and post-colonial perspective. So the novel is from a Burmese novel, Mongye Mahu in Myanmar or Burmese, and Not Out of Hate in English. It is first published in 1955 and it was translated in 1991 by Robert Ong Twin. This novel is also translated in languages such as Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Uzbek. And yes, today Eastern literature remains more meaningful and relevant than Western literature. It is also richer moral, cultural and spiritual visions in this changing world. The research uses the Buddhist ethics, post-colonial, feminist critique, cultural dislocation, colonial trauma, and negotiation tradition and modernity. Also, East literature is not just entertainment. It is also a reflection of self-awareness, responsibility to others. Eastern literature is not only individual success or personal emotion. It is also compassion, impermanence, humility, and karma, which is also consequence of action. And I also use in this research as anicca, anatta, and karma. Yes, Eastern literature is also its ability to respond history, because most of Eastern countries are colonized by the Western countries. So we have rich culture in cultural loss, identity crisis, and it reveals suffering, dukkha, into reflection. So it's powerful in post-colonial and
Thank you, Mario.
Yes, thank you.
Now I invite the second panelist from Purv Paksh, Shailja, to pose their paksh.
Thank you, Madhest. From Eastern perspective, literature is like a lived experience and philosophical depth. Indian literary tradition developed sophisticated theories of language and interpretation long before the modern Western criticism. For example, Bharat Muni in his Natya Shastra explained the concept of rasa, where literature is meant to evoke emotional and aesthetic experience rather than simply communicating it up. And another work I would like to cite is by Anand Vardhan, Dhwani, in which he argues the deepest meaning of literature, which lies in suggestion and silence, not in just direct statement. Now, I would like to take some of the other writers like Kalidasa, Abhigyan, Shakuntalam, where the Indian literature values layered meanings, emotional resonance, and human experience, where meaning is not fixed, or a singular meaning. The meaning emerges from the context, from the feeling and the interpretation. Now I would like to take another Eastern text which is related to my dissertation, which is from Japan, The Tale of Genji, where the writer Murasaki Shikubu, who's a woman and a court lady who tries to explain the idea of ambiguity, silence, memory and emotional subtlety instead of just a rigid plot structures. Now the Eastern texts read literature as something which is fluid and has experience in it, where language is not only a tool of logic, but also a medium of atmosphere, silence, and some inner consciousness. While Western criticism focuses on categorization and the analysis, whereas the Eastern criticism focuses on the lived experiences and the philosophical depth and the realities of the world. Therefore, East reads literature merely deeply because it understands more deeply, because it understands understands what language says,
Kindly conclude.
but also what it leaves unsaid. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailja.
Now, I would like to invite the third panelist from Purv Paksh, Shrey, to pose their Paksh.
Trauma is not only psychological pain, it is also ethical, relational, and culturally conditioned. So my dissertation title, Interpreting Khmer Survival Literature Through Buddhist Theoretical Frameworks, the narrative of Long and Prong Swabiso. So the study examined Khmer survival literature through key Buddhist concepts such as dukkha, karana, and matchamak and akshudat. Trauma in this text is not only psychological, but also ethical, relational, and culturally conditioned. The central context of my research is Cambodian under the Khmer regime, a period marked by extreme violence, displacement, and human suffering. My presentation argues that existing trauma theory, especially in its conventional Western formulation, does not fully explain the lived reality represented in the survival narrative, which is why Buddhist interpretive framework become necessary. Through this narrative of Long and Prong Swabiso, I first saw that trauma appears as fragmented and non-linear. It's going established trauma scholarship, but my second and third finding move further. Trauma is also deeply ethical, relational, and culturally grounded. It must be understood through the moral and philosophical world in which survivor makes sense of suffering. Here, Buddhist thought offer a richer vocabulary. Dukkha helps us understand suffering not as only isolated wound, but as condition of existence by loss and attachment. Karuna highlights compassion not only as sentiment alone, but as ethical response to collective pain. Matchamak, with it emphasizes on interdependence and emptiness, help us read trauma beyond rigid binary of victim and history. So, in conclusion, this study demonstrates that Khmer survival literature is not merely about remembering violence. It is also about rethinking how suffering, memory, and humanity are understood by bringing Buddhist theoretical framework into trauma study. We can a more culturally grounded and ethical sensitive way of reading this narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrey.
So now, since all the speakers from the Purv Paksh have spoken, we now move towards the Uttar Paksh, and I would request Thol to please put forward their stance.
So I'm going to talk about Western literary criticism made of study of literatures, more systematic and organized. Its value is about cultural superiority, but about providing tools to analyze and compare texts from different cultures in a clear way. It began with Aristotle's poetics, where ideas like plot, tragedy, and story structure were introduced. Later thinkers such as Derrida and Foucault expand criticism by focusing on language, power, ideologies, and meaning. Because of this, literature started being studied not only through feelings, but also through a deep intellectual and philosophical ideas. Another important feature is that Western criticism can also question itself. For example, Edward Orientalism used Western critical method to critique how West present the East. This shows its flexibility and self-reflective natures. To conclude this, Western literary criticism is influential because it offers a structured way of understanding literature that continues to shape how texts are studied around the world.
Thank you, Thol.
Next speaker is Nilav.
So, the very premise that we see, East and West, North and South, rational, unrational, it's the very mistake that it tries to examine. The thing is, categories in itself do not exist. Why do we categorize? We categorize because then it becomes easy to institutionalize, politicize, understand. That's why we have many demotive terms. Eastern literature, Western literature, this literature, that literature. And also the sad fact, even universities also suffer from this. That's why we have different departments. So that's a different case. Eastern literature, Western literature, what's the major difference? There's no major difference. Everything that boils down to is the language games, to quote one person called Ludwig Wittgenstein, and the speech acts of many theoreticians who give, and also the broader perspective of our nature and nurture, of how we grew up. That's why no two person can think equally. And when no two person can think equally, it also means it's an infinite regression. The other two person and the next two person and so on ad infinitum can also not think equally. And so as to say, there cannot be a category. Because when we categorize, it means we are treating that same part of people that they all think same, which is not so. Even for the sake of assumption, Eastern and Western literary traditions, in the same Eastern person, we will find one person who has similar values with a Western one. It's not that the West is completely different or the East is completely different. And since also we saw some mistakes, or rather an overlooking here, because when we categorize or institutionalize, we overlook the other. Sastrartha, or the Indian tradition, is not unique to India. Many similar things are existing in other places also that we overlook, right? We are very familiar with the category that we are. So that, with that, I would like to rest my case, is that categories make us comfortable. But when we move beyond the category, then we do not know what to do. And then we come up with terms such as this, the false narratives.
Thank you, Nilav.
Thank you, Nilav.
Next in the row, we have Prashant. Please pose your argument.
Siddhartha by Herman is a strong example of how literary criticism contributes meaningfully to the interpretation of world literature. Although the novel is deeply influenced by Indian philosophy, Western critics have explored it not Hello. This demonstrates the strength of Western literary methods in creating broader interpretive possibilities across cultures. One important Western interpretation connects Siddhartha with Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which is my dissertation. Siddhartha rejects inherited teachings, questions authority, and seeks truth through direct experience rather than blind acceptance. Similarly, Nietzsche's Übermensch represents an individual who moves beyond conventional systems and creates meaning independently. Western criticism identifies these parallels through philosophical and psychological analysis, showing how literature can transcend cultural boundaries and speak to universal human questions about identity, freedom, and self-realization. At the same time, Western criticism does not necessarily deny the Eastern roots of the novel. Instead, it often creates a comparative space where Eastern spirituality and Western existentialism can interact. Through methods such as comparative literature, psychoanalysis, and existential criticism, Western academia has enabled texts like Siddhartha to enter a global intellectual discourse. A balanced interpretation also recognizes that Siddhartha cannot be understood entirely through Western frameworks alone, because concepts such as enlightenment, renunciation, and spiritual unity emerge from the Indian philosophical traditions. However, the value of Western literary criticism lies in its ability to expand interpretation, connect texts across civilizations,
Kindly conclude.
and encourage dialogue between cultures rather than limiting literature to one tradition alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. So, to conclude, from both of the pakshas, we conclude that literature belongs to every reader who approaches it with sensitivity, context, and imagination.
So now, since all the speakers have spoken, we now move towards the next segment of this VAD. Prashna and Prati Prashna. So we'll be starting from Purv Paksh. Do we have any question?
Hello? Okay. Let me ask Suto. If Western literary theory is truly universal, then can it fully interpret Eastern texts without overtaking their cultural and philosophical context?
Yes, I would like to answer because Western literary theory does not replace cultural context. Because it provides analytical tool to study about it, because such as structuralism, psychoanalysis, and post-colonialism have reader examined language, symbolism, and power and society without any text. In fact, this framework have enabled Eastern literature to gain wider global academic recognition while allowing room for cultural specifically and reinterpretation.
Okay.
Any follow-up question? You do?
Yes.
Please pose.
So I have one more question for you. If Western theory already allows cultural interpretation and reinterpretation, then why is it often accused of misreading or oversimplifying Eastern literature?
Because Western criticism is sometimes accused of misreading Eastern, because some interpretation apply universal theory without fully understanding local tradition, philosophies, and historical context. However, that does not make the framework invalid. Instead, it shows that literary interpretation must combine critical methodology with cultural sensitivity to achieve a more balanced reading.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? Please.
Hello. I want to ask Nilav that Nilav, you were mentioning about the geography is false. So why do local histories and languages shape literature so differently? So what are your thoughts on that? If you believe that the geographies which we make are completely false, that's what your argument was presenting. So can you please brief me with that? Thank you.
Take this one.
Hello. I would like to thank you for your question. Of course. But when we use the terms like variedly different, variedly this, that is also kind of broads onto a false premise. Because like language, even culture or psychology exists in a continuum. The thing is, why we find it different is that point A, in between point A to B, so as to simplify it, there are many points. But since A and B are two discrete amounts, then we find that A is completely different from B, which is not so. Even to take the example of a number line, between 1 and 2, there are infinite numbers underlying it. But since, because of the discreteness, we find it different, but that is not so. So even when we say in one region's history or literature is completely different from another, it's also kind of a falsified. They too have conditions within it that has instrumentalized.
Thank you,
or
Nilav. We have only 30 seconds.
Sorry.
Do we have any Prati Prashna?
Hello. Yes, the question from your answer itself, from your example, that you mentioned that there are more numbers in between 1 and 2, but you came to know about those 1, 2, 3, 4 in between that. You need to understand the difference between 1 and 2. So how could you understand the difference between those two literature if you don't understand the geography? So how come you can just completely be false relating to the geographies?
In order to understand the difference between two discrete quantities, we have to understand what led to one discrete to another discrete. It's not that two came out of nowhere. There were many stuff that underlied one, that's why how came two. And that's how our literature and languages also function in it.
I hope this answers your question. Do we have more prashn?
Yes.
Please shoot.
Prasant, you're talking about the Western criticism interpret Sastrartha. So my question is, if Western criticism interprets Sastrartha through concept like the Obermans, then does it truly understand the novels, Buddhism, and Indian philosophical foundation, or does it receive the text into a Western existential framework?
Well, Western criticism does not necessarily erase the Buddhist and Indian foundations. By comparing Siddhartha's journey with Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch, Western criticism actually highlights universal themes such as self-discovery, individuality, and transcendence through renunciation. By enumerating both Western and Eastern philosophical and thought practices. Thank you.
So now, do we have any questions from Uttar Paksh to pose?
Okay, so I'd like to point out this question to Mario regarding to your argument earlier. So my question to you is, why is Eastern literature is still important today?
Yes, Eastern literature is still important. It is not because of its superior in a narrow sense. It also offers deeper ethical insight, stronger cultural, more human response to modern life.
Okay, thank you for your response. Okay, let me moving to the second question. And do you think what makes Eastern literatures relevant today?
Yes, Eastern literature teach us how to read the world, especially how to live in it. And let me also quote what Buddha has said, all that we are is the result of what we have thought.
Thank you.
Much. Do we have any question? Please.
It's primarily directed to Ms. Shalja, but it's also an open question. As many of the arguments also stated, something like Western literary theories or literature creates categories or thinkers, whereas the Eastern one is more sublime in its nature, that absorbs things. But I would like to understand where are we getting this argument from, and how are we getting this argument from?
Hello. Yeah. So thank you, Nilav. So first of all, I would like to clear our argument. We are not here for comparing like who's better with whom. We are just making it very clear that if there's an Eastern text, it should be read by an Eastern framework. It defines that it gives a more contextually based meaning to it. Like in our contemporary times, if we see there are Indian texts which are analyzed by the Western critical frameworks, and there is a possibility that they diminish the meaning, the understanding, the true philosophical lived experiences which are created by the Indian theorists. So our argument is completely based that the Indian texts should be read or understood or interpreted by the Eastern frameworks. Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
When you say that an Indian text, we know that India does not have one single text.
Eastern text.
Yes, even in Eastern text. In Eastern text also there are very varied texts. So when we say that we need to understand an Eastern text from an Eastern perspective, Eastern context, the thing also we know that East is also divided into many things. No two people think alike. So how is it one text? Tale of Genji as your example. We are also an Eastern nation. How can we as an Eastern nation understand Genji?
we talk about Japan, the transmission of Buddhism was taken, and Buddhism and along with the Indian literary theories were transmitted from India to Japan through Silk Road. And the core idea of creating the Japanese literature was completely based on the Buddhism which came from India. And if we talk about the key concepts which are used in the Japanese text, being very particular to your answer, it is about interdependence, which is very relational to dependent origination, which is Pratitya Samupad, which is an Indian theory. So this is how the Japanese literature aligns with the Indian literature due to the transmission of ideas. So how India or even Japan is connected to even to the Korea. So Eastern texts could be understood with the Indian frameworks because they are deeply related or understood with the same frameworks and the ideologies which were created in East. Thank you.
Answers your question. We were allocated only limited time, so we need to proceed ahead. So do we have more questions?
Hello. Hello. My question is to Shrey. Can you please explain why you specifically use Buddhist theoretical frameworks and how your work is different from Western trauma theory?
Thank you, Prasan. I would like to answer your question. The reason why I use Buddhist theoretical frameworks, because they help us understand the Cambodian survival literature in cultural and philosophical context. And Western theory explain philosophical pen, but Buddhist ideas such as Tokka Karana and Matchambat tradition also suffering in experience is experienced ethical and relationally. And so Buddhist framework make the reader deeper, more local, and more complete. And that's why the difference between the work that I use is differ from Western trauma theory because it doesn't treat trauma only as psychological pain, rupture, or delayed memory. Instead, it read the survival literature through Buddhist concepts like Tukka Karana and other, which are rooted in Cambodia cultural and philosophical thought. Thank you.
Does this answer your question? All right. So now, since all the speakers have spoken, we had a Prashna and Prati-Prashna round also. We would now like to conclude with the verse.
Swadrishtiragoopi hilpaneva
Tatham drishtam yasharoshah Viduniragam pratinachatasma Vicharayanshe
upeti muktam. The meaning of this verse is, by letting go of attachment to your own views and hostility towards others, you overcome rigid thinking and achieve intellectual freedom through discussions. Thank you to both the Paksha for this scholarly exchange. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, the moderators, anchor, and the panelists of this group. Before you go, I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly come forward and give our token of appreciation for all the students of Nalanda University, comprising from the School of Language, Literature, and Humanities. Please give them a big round of applause. Yes, the moderator. First, the moderators, the Madhastya. Varsha. Then Sandeep. Then Sothol from Cambodia. Nila. And Prashant. Next we have Sutsre. Shalja. And Sotunmin, Mario. We will appreciate the previous batch also. Dr. Mukherjee's panel, please be on the stage. Please welcome them. Take the same positions. Madhyastha, the two moderators in the center, and Uttar Paksh and Purv Paksh.
Bishmay Jadia, Sai Priya as a moderator, Madhyastha, Dr. Prashant Jagtap, Uttara Paksha, Sister Treen as Uttara Paksha, Mr. Avnish Gaurav as Uttara Paksha, Bhaskar Kaur Gupta, Purva Paksha, Sheikh Tajrian from Bangladesh, Purva Paksha, Piyush Kumar as Purva Paksha,
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Dr. Mukherjee, all the panelists from panel number 1 and panel number 2. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of 2 panels. Now we'll continue after the lunch break. We resume at 2:30. Thank you very much. We also thank the esteemed jury for their patience and also giving the marks in time. We'll be collecting the sheets from you. Thank you very much, sir.
kindly, the students on my right hand side will go for the lunch, and the faculty and guests on the left hand side. Students on the right hand side, my right hand side. On my left. उसको थोड़ा पीछे
इसको बंद तो बंद कर देते हैं, रिप्लेस कर देते हैं। अच्छा लग रहा है कि इसमें आ रहा है तो बंद कर देते हैं। दोनों का लेवल अलग अलग है। हाँ, दोनों के एक लेवल रखे थे।
दिखाओ यार किधर है ये नहीं था क्या ये जो अभी बन गया वो जो है यही
बहुत फास्ट है सर।
वो डलिया मार कैसा लग रहा है? ठीक है सर।
नो दैट्स एक्चुअली
these 2 points you can take the reference. एक काम करो सब हटा दो लंच के बाद
चेक 1 2 एक बार सारा माइक ऑन कर लीजिए ना चेक हेलो चेक 1 2
हेलो हल चेक हेलो हल चेक
1 2 हेलो चेक 1 2 चेक
हल
1
चेक
2
हेलो हेलो हल चेक हल चेक हेलो हेलो
चेक 1 2 चेक 1 2
हेलो हल चेक
थर्ड पैनल का तुम हो क्या? थर्ड पैनल का मैं हूँ। शॉर्ट रखना बिल्कुल। कुछ नहीं बोलना। लगातार है मेरा पूरा फोर्थ। क्या एंकरिंग? हाँ तो जस्ट तीन बोलना। बोलने की जरूरत नहीं। फोर्थ है। ओ सर ने बोला था कि टीचर भी कहीं बैठेगा तो यहाँ बिठा देते टीचर को। चलो यहाँ बिठा दो ना। मैम फिफ्थ पैनल में मॉडरेशन है क्योंकि डॉक्टर ब्रेंडा है ना। हाँ। तो कहीं बैठा जाएगा। यहाँ बिठा देंगे। मैम एक चेयर डाल। हाँ क्योंकि नीचे नहीं बैठता। मैम मैं कहाँ से बैठूँगा? मैं नहीं खाऊंगी मतलब मैं तो दो चार काम करवाना ये वस्तु तो घूम सकती है। ये क्या बोलते हैं बैलेंस शीट कम पड़ेगी ना। हाँ कम पड़ेगी पूरे बैलेंस शीट नहीं कम नहीं पड़ेगी। क्यों मतलब कम पड़ी? हाँ उनका कम पड़ा है। पड़ेंगी आगे आगे बहुत सारे पैनल है, मैं ये बोल रही हूँ, और प्रिंट कराने होंगे ना।
और एटलीस्ट 50। हाँ मैं करवा लूँगा।
I don't know any songs. Hello. Hello. This ain't a topic. I just don't. Why this is not? not very good at Hello. Hello. Hello, bottom. G5. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hello. Hello, motor. G5. Eh, 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 eh. Hello, motor. Hello, motor. Hello, motor. D5. Hello. Mm.
Hello, Dr. Brenda. Will you be able to sit on the chair?
Hello.
Don't say anything. Auntie will be in trouble, right? How are you doing?
Six.
Hello, hello, mic check. Mic check. Mic check. We are going to start shortly at 2:30. We start with our third panel. I request all the panelists of third panel be ready. 2 moderators, please raise your hand. Third panel, 2 moderators, very good. The 4 speakers, okay, and 1 anchor. Okay. Please be mindful, all the faculty supervisors, all the moderators. Moderators, please note some, moderators, all the moderators, please note, due to the paucity of time, we request all moderators to keep the time, and also now the statement position will be 1.5 minute each. 1.5 minute. बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम खत्म हो गया, पैनल्स हटाने पड़ेंगे. अरे 1.5 minutes is very good time. Okay, let's keep it to 2 minutes, but any 2 minutes each. But if somebody takes more than given time, we request you don't do it, as we are already running late. We have to stop you if you take more than given time in question. 15 seconds means 15 seconds, 30 seconds for response. यार सबसे बुलवाओ ना मान. तो इसको फिर ऑप्शनल कर वो कर ऑप्शनल कर. All the moderators, please note, moderators, please make sure that the time is followed. 2 minutes each participant. 1 question, 1 counter question. Counter question is optional. Okay, counter question is optional. If they like to ask counter question, good. If they don't, it's fine. Third panel on the stage. Third panel. We start sharp 2:30. Please take your positions. खत्म करना ही हो, ठीक है? काउंटर क्वेश्चन ऑप्शनल है. कोई देना चाहे तो ठीक है, नहीं तो छोड़ देना. क्योंकि बहुत कम टाइम है.
एवैल्यूएशन शीट तो हम लेके घूम रहे हैं.
अभिषेक जी. All please kindly be seated. We are about to start. I request all faculties.
Sir, per person two sheets.
अरे क्योंकि 2-4 बच्चे ज़्यादा है, आप दो दे दो सर. हाँ. Because names are written. The evaluation sheet in this panel, 2 to each jury member. 2 sheets to each jury member. Students' names are also written there. All the faculty members kindly be seated. All the students, please take your position. Okay, now we hand over to Shirsha, anchor for this panel.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. As we resume after lunch, the theme of the panel is landscapes, memory, and social expressions. Who shaped the world of the past? The participants of this panel are Shreya Anand, Anunna Akhtar, Suyash Biala, and Sakshi Kumari Burman. I would now like to invite the supervisor, Dr. Elora Tribedi, to kindly discuss the theme of the panel. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Sisha. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Elora Tribedi, and welcome to the post-lunch session of the Sastrartha. This session is called Landscape, Memory, and Social Experiences. Now, in case of history and archaeology, we understand landscape in multiple ways. It's not just the physical surface or the physical landscape that we talked about. The cultural landscape or the past landscape in history or archaeology is composite of different kind of peoples, different communities, their lived experiences, their everyday practices. And when we dig deeper into the landscape, which is known as cultural landscape, we understood through the living practices, through everyday rituals, the important aspect of the landscape, including water, hills, forest, roots, road, these are deeply connected with the people and the communities. Now, in this panel, the group is divided into Purva Paksh and Uttar Paksh. For Purva Paksh, we have Shreya Anand from India, Anunna Akhtar from Bangladesh. We have, as the Uttar Paksh, Suyash Biala from India and Sakshi Burman from India. As moderators, we have Soumya Namdeo and Rudraja Roy. They are all students of archaeology batch from School of Historical Studies. Both of these teams will debate and will try to bring out contours within this. We understand landscape, people, how they are interconnected, whether it is about the common people, whether it is actually about some important communities within the people, and what ways do these communities and the people make the social experiences count as in the making of the landscape. So this is the panel about, and I wish my very best to all the participants.
नवाद लोभात विहितो विचारस् तत्वं तु शास्त्रे कथितं विमुक्तम् नित्ये व्याख्यायमाने यदि नाम तत्त्वे भिदां गतान्यन्यमतानि यदोषः.
The analysis in the treatise is not conducted out of fondness for arguments. It retains reality and is so done for the sake of freedom. It is in this course of explaining true reality, however, other views are undermined. This is no fault. Namaskara. Welcome to this panel of Nalanda Sastrartha 2026, supervised by Dr. Elora Tribedi. The theme of this panel is landscapes, memory, and social experiences. Who shaped the world of the past? The members of the Purva Paksh are Shreya Anand and Onurna Akhtar, while the members of the Uttar Paksh are Suyash Biala and Sakshi Burman.
The rules of this panel discussion are as follows. Each participant will get only 2 minutes to pose their paksha. Prati Prashn and Prashn must be confined to only 15 seconds. Answers must be concluded in 30 seconds each.
I now invite Purva Paksha participant Shreya Anand to put forward their paksha.
Thank you so much. Water is not just a resource. It is a foundation that shaped the civilization. From the ancient settlements, we see that the human lived in a cultural landscape where there have various geographical features and water plays a crucial role in that. Water is very much significant, not only in terms of rivers or rainfall. What I mean to say is the human-driven water system. The water impoundments, the water reservoirs, or the human-curated water system that shaped the empire, the communities. And this is resulted into a human consciousness of the water. Basically, the awareness that water is important and it is not just to be used, but to understand, to respect, and to have a meaningful usage of that. In terms of South Bihar, we see that water is being used from the rainwater harvesting system, the famous Ahar Pine system, and the accumulations of water in the foothills. And lastly, I'd like to say that landscape is not just a repository of collective memory. It indicates the human experience that has shaped the world of the past. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I request Purva Paksha participant Onurna Akhtar to please present the Paksha.
Thank you. As asserted by Paksha, landscape is not only a physical element, rather it also consisted of land and river networks that facilitate the human movement, interaction, and direction. Buddhist monasteries, in my finding, we know that Buddhist monasteries had a clear spatial knowledge toward these interconnected roads that not only shaped the navigation pattern, but also contributed largely the cultural boundary of this landscape. In this context, we can take an example of Somapura Mahavihara as it was situated a strategical landscape surrounded by a large river like Ganga, Mahananda, and Korotwa. On the other hand, due to its lowland features, it makes an extensive floodplain that provides a good land roads. Within this such favorable location that connected this monastery nearby the land and river roads. Through these flexible roads, Sompur Mahavihara connected with its contemporary monasteries like Nalanda, Sompur, Bikramshila, and Bodh Gaya, and also maintained its wider Buddhist network within the larger world. And in this way, we can say that landscape not only as a physical landscape, but also active spaces, that interconnected space that of mobility, interaction, and direction. Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers of Purva Paksha. Now we move to the Uttar Paksh. I request Uttar Paksh participant Suyash Bayala to pose their Paksha.
Pranam to all. Thank you.
So we all agree that water and land routes were essential. No civilization existed without it. But today's debate is not about whether water mattered or whether land routes mattered. It is about a broader question. It is about who shapes the past. And the answer to this question is humans shape the past. They do it deliberately, politically, and with intention. So think about it simply. Every civilization had access to water and to these routes. Identical rivers flowed throughout countless regions, but they did not produce identical landscapes, identical memory, or identical social experiences. The question is why? It was never the water or the route that decided that, but who controlled those elements. So a ruler builds a tank near to a ruler builds a temple near a tank. It is not the tank that gives the sacred authority. It is the political act of planting that authority there. A religious institution sits atop a hill, controlling the flow of water that is going to the fields below. It is not the water that gives its power. It is the deliberate act of occupying, managing, and dominating the landscape. Water flows. Power decides what that flow means. So when we went to the field and tried to understand the landscape better during my study, we did not start from top, not from grand monuments, not from famous centers. We started from the ground up, from small shrines, from broken sculptures, from these small water bodies, from inscribed stones and living ritual continuities. And we found that shrines and water bodies were always placed together. They were built together and given meaning together. This togetherness was not accidental. It was a political, calculated act to make people return to it, to control the space, the surplus, and the memory around it. So past was not shaped by what flows through. It was shaped by people who decided
Please
what that
conclude.
flow would mean,
Please conclude.
who benefited, who was excluded, and who was remembered by it.
Thank you. Now I request Uttar Paksh participant Sakshi Burman to please pose her paksha.
Namaste. So, going to conclude, going to relate with my paksha, and I would like to conclude that religious institution is not an important feature. We saw that the landscape and the river is the main and important body. From the river, we saw the migration done, and this migration is the become a main bridge. As in my study, I found that the river, which is connected by each other, become a bridge. From the Rekha Deval architecture migrated from Odisha to Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, and making a temple in region of Badakar, which is in West Bengal. Here, it is not important that landscape and route is important, but another main feature is that who is going to patronize the river or the shrine, because shrine is temple and shrine is important thing. Here the patronization is shows that who has the power, who has the resources for maintaining and building the temple, and also this shows that who is going to dominate the river through the this dominance is a sign that who is going to rule the nation and state. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I now invite the Uttar Paksh to pose the prashna for the Purva Paksha.
So an idea of water domestication was put up. So what do you exactly mean by that idea of water domestication?
So water domestication basically refers that people used to, store, capture, and distribute it to for the human use. In terms of Nalanda, we see the clusters of water bodies in the ponds, okay? And these ponds had a different function, different usage, different customs, and cultural memory, okay? And in addition to that, water accumulation and the foothills also plays a crucial role in diverse contours, okay?
Please conclude. Yeah. Is there any Prati Prashna?
So talking about this, was this idea more seems like this idea of control refer to as water domestication here. How do you connect the idea of consciousness that you were proposing with the community that is involved there?
Look, human consciousness is not separate from community. It is kind of a collective action, okay? In terms of the landscape of South Bihar, we see that the water was managed through the shared labor, shared knowledge, and the shared responsibility. And this consciousness has led to a sense of memory, a sense of identity and belongingness to them. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
The Uttar Paksha now has another chance to put forward their prashna.
Okay. So my question is that we are talking about landscape by the use of archaeological evidences. So you guys have any literally or textual sources by the basis of you say that you connect your research?
Yes, in my finding that I have looked at the micro-region connectivity among the Shambhupura, Mahabharata, Nalanda and Vikramshala. Now that it's present in the separated Bangladesh, India, but that time it's separate in the same, located in the same region. So the most significant textual evidence is the inscription. For example, Bodh Gaya, like Barendra Bhadra inscription that directly show that a Shambhupura monk come here, and on the other hand, Nalanda, people Smriti inscription, textual evidence that also carried the monk provided the donation and other activities. So through this, the sources indicate the connectivity.
Is there any Prati Prashna?
Okay, you are only talking about the patronage, royal patronage and the people who live in the monastery. What about the people who lived around surroundings the monastery? Are you ignoring them?
Actually not, because a monastery is not only a religious institution, they also need other supports like agriculture support, their food support, the daily activity support. So a monastery never isolated from the local hinterland activities. So these needs definitely connected them. So within landscape and within these roads that I have described my argument, definitely connected them, not isolate them.
Thank you. Now, Purva Paksh can pose their prashna to the Uttar Paksh.
Hello? Yes. What my research says that water is a kind of a spatial marker, isn't? But my pakshas, the opponent pakshas, said that it's also connected to the social experience or the social life. How you are connecting it with that? Can you please say that?
So the water bodies became a dominant social marker through these social experiences, right? The people gathered there, they worshipped, and then remained there. That's what gave the water meaning. Even the provenance was not confined to conservation and utilitarian purposes. It was placed there specifically for political reasons, which also shaped how the people experienced and lived at that specific place, which connects us as the foundation to our further idea of a process of water domination.
Is there any Prati Prashna?
Hello? Yes. Water domination? I mean, see, what my concept of water control, basically it's from the narration of Witzvogel, water domestication. How are you saying it as water domination? Do you have any claim to that?
Okay, so it may sound like a sort of a Hetvabas, but inscription and landscape both show that water was never neutral. When we see Munger, Afsad, and we move across the Kiri Dharma inscription of Vijayanagara, we move across Sri Lanka, the Raj Mandala world of Southeast Asia, we see that water infrastructure was always politicized. And these claims are also part of a greater idea of Jalasthala that we found in these specific inscriptions, which binds land and water as a single political unit, which is also proposed by other thinkers which are part of the study like Abhishek Amar and Kathleen Morrison.
Thank you. Purv Paksh still has one more chance to put forward their prashna to the Uttar Paksh.
Okay, my question is that, in your argument, you totally focus on the temple architecture, migration, all of the things we found in your statement. So how can you like connect this temple architecture with your landscape? Kindly explain.
Okay. So in the study, I found that my research area is interconnected with the modern day states like Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand and Bengal. Here this is make a corridor from where people used to passes. And here it is important that who have the important resources and power to control the route and make and build the shrine and influence the route. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any Prati Prashna?
So like you mentioned that like land roads and other things that you need the exchanges of this architecture or migration everything. So what in my study, I found that river roads has a great like role in exchanging of this study. So did you ignore this important river roads in your study?
No. River and landscape is land routes are both are interconnected and both are most important thing. In my study, what I found that begonia, which is located in the Badakar river bank. So Badakar river is interconnected with the another rivers and another that rivers become a great jal. And this from the Rekha Devil temple architecture come to the migrate the route and become a temple here and it passes from the Bay of Bengal. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we have reached to the conclusion of this panel. This panel discussed the importance of water's influence in creating human landscape and memory via the example of Ahar Pine, spatial consciousness built via roads, with example of Somapura Mahavihar, and alternatively, humans' deliberate role in deciding the landscape of the past, shared responsibility and textual and archaeological sources which influence landscape studies and even migration of architecture. Additionally, this panel also pointed towards a political influence that has controlled water-related activities. स्वदृष्टिरागो अपि हि कल्पनैव तथान्यदृष्टावपि यश्च रोषः विधूय रागं प्रतिघं च तस्मात् विचारयन् क्षिप्रमुपैति मुक्तिम्.
Attachment to one's own views and likewise aversion for other views in itself reified thinking. Therefore, by utterly dispelling attachment and anger and engaging in analysis, one swiftly achieves freedom. Thank you to both the Pakshas for this scholarly exchange. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much. A big hand for them. All the moderators, anchor, and the panelists. I request Professor Sachidanand Mishra, sir, to kindly felicitate them and show our appreciation. Please welcome him.
Thank you, panel, for this very interesting discussions and all. Thank you, sir, for gracing them and for honoring them for this intellectual deliberation. Starting with the Madhyastha, we have Rudraja Roy as the Madhyastha. Please come forward. Thank you. Now we have the other Madhyastha, Soumya Namdev. Thank you so much, Soumya. Starting with the member of the Uttar Paksh, we have Suas Biala from Uttar Paksh, who argued about the social organization and political organization on landscape. Then we have another member of the Uttar Paksh, Sakshi Burman. Please come forward. Thank you, Sakshi. Now we have members of the Purba Paksh, Shreya Anand. Shreya. Thank you. And we have another member of the Purba Paksh, Ananna Akhtar. Come for a group photo.
Sir, we request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, also to join. Please welcome him. Sir, for a group photo with sir also. Yeah, please. In the center. Panel 4 to the dais, please take your positions. Panel 4, Dr. Brenda's panel. Panel 4. The anchor for the panel is Shirsha. Please.
Moving forward with our panel. The fourth panel is on the theme
Hello.
Okay. The fourth panel is titled The Mutual Dependence of Nama and Rupa According to the Abhidhamma Sangha. The members of the panel are Chao Niem, Dumin Dalankara, Le Hoang Kat Tram, Pham Thi Thu Thao, Aruna Tharanga, Nguyen Hai Yen. The moderators for the session are Vivek Jadhav and Ven Surya. I would now like to invite the faculty supervisor, Dr. Brenda Lee, to introduce the panel and the theme.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor, my colleague, and students. Today, this panel, the students going to have a dialogue examining the reciprocal influence between the somatic process and mental phenomena. The course situates the classical Abhidhamma Sangha, analyzes the consciousness and the mental factors and copulity alongside with the contemporary physiological studies. So in the panel, we have two alumni students, and they're both in the PhD program right now. That is from the Uttar Pradesh. That's his sister Kakcham from Nalanda University, and sister Ying from the Delhi University in the PhD. We also have next to it is next to them is Pante Pante Duminalankara from Sri Lanka. And then we have second semester students. And we have Venerable Surya, moderator, also from the final semester. Then we have the Pura Baksha, that is Arun Tharanga, and he also from Sri Lanka. And we also have Sister Thao, also the final semester. And we have Pante Chao Nim, also both of them from Vietnam, and they're going to present the topic, and they're going to have a dialogue together regarding examining the reciprocal influence between the somatic process and mental phenomena. Thank you. Go ahead.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sambuddhassa.
Vadaloba vido vicharas tatvandu sastre vidam vimukte vyakayamane yadinamatadve vedangadanye anyamatanye adosaha.
The analysis the treatise is not conducted out of fullness for argument. It's reveal suchness and it is done so for the sake of freedom. It in the course of explain to reality. However, other philosophical systems are undermined. This is no fault.
So now may I humbly request the Purupasha to present their team. Each of you may have 2 minutes. So now you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable teachers, judges, and my fellow participants. So the interconnection between Nama and Rupa has been analyzed through centuries, both in philosophy and religion. But according to Abhidhamma, especially in Buddhist terms, the interrelation has been analyzed through the two main terms that we call Nama. Nama means the materiality, Rupa means, Nama means the mentality, Rupa means the materiality. So the current research is about the interconnection between Kusala Chetasika and the Rupa. Here the Kusala Chetasika term refers to the wholesome mental factors and the Rupa refers to the material phenomena. So there are about 25 Sobhana Chetasikas and 28 materials, that mean Rupas. So the whole purpose of this paper is not just to categorize these numbers into different categories, but to see how these are affecting on human experience, how these are influencing on human being verbally, physically, and mentally, or even beyond the karmic process. So this is the area that haven't been touched a lot, and that's what the research is all about. So there are two main objectives the paper has put forward. Number one, to examine how these wholesome mental factors affect on the human being. Number two, is there any possibility that mentality can affect on materiality? So these are the two main objectives that I have put forward to that the paper is observing about. So
Purupasha,
I mentioned,
your
yeah.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Now we have to move another person. Please introduce your thing.
Yes, afternoon, respect professor and my friend. The topic of my dissertation is psychosomatic studies on Akusala Chetasika in reference into Abhidhamma Sangaha. This research examines the relationship between Nama and Rupa through 14 Akusala Chetasika in Buddhist psychology. There are three objective questions for my dissertation. One, what are psychosomatic effects of 14 Akusala Chetasika? Two, how do unwholesome mental factors affect the physiological and hormone processes? Three, how do physiological and hormone conditions affect one's health and well-being? To answer these objective questions, other sources about Buddhist texts and mental and modern scientific texts include Abhidhamma Sangaha, Visuddhi Magga, Atha Salini. Yes.
You have 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Yes, introduce your theme. Okay, Bante, please explain.
My dissertation, good afternoon, professor and teacher there, and my friend. My dissertation topic is the concept of 10 contemplation in Girimananda Sutta. These 10 contemplation are anicca-sanya, anatta-sanya, asubha-sanya, adinava-sanya, Bahana-sanya, viraka-sanya, nirodha-sanya, sapa-sankharesu, anicca-sanya, sapa-loke, anapirata-sanya, and anapanasati. And these 10 of them divide into groups. The first group is contemplate on phenomena, includes anicca-sanya, anatta-sanya, asubha-sanya, and sapa-sankharesu, anatta-sanya. And the remaining 6 of them belong to directly practice. This sanya helped Girimananda's bhikkhu cure his grave illness. Object question: how to contemplate help one cure one physical sickness? Based on this object question, the source have been used is Abhisamma Sangaha, Visuddhimagga, Attasalini, and Sutta Tipitaka, especially Girimananda Sutta. Thank you.
Thank you, Purupacha. Now let's move on the Uttarpacha. Please introduce one by one.
Thank you all, Vice Chancellor Sir and all teachers. Have a nice day all. My research is investigate Buddhist understanding of dreams. It directly connects to this main theme. So in the Pali language, there are 3 words used for introduce the dreams: supina, supinaka, and supinanta. In Sanskrit, swapna and swapa. So this is a very interesting. How is dreams happening? How is the process it? I think you all have dreams experiences. No one cannot say you don't have experience, because while you sleeping, you all have dreaming. But you are forgotten. You are not dreaming. It doesn't mean you are not dreaming. So many universities, the previous days, the dream research. However, according to psychology, Sigmund Freud also researched dreams, because before long time ago, the Buddhism has researched the dreams. My question is, the dreams real or unreal? If it is real, then how to affect? And if it is unreal, then how to affect the people? So based on these questions, I use my methodology, primary sources and secondary and tertiary sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move in other member of Uttarpacha.
Good afternoon, Professor and all everyone. Now I will briefly present my dissertation. It is about the Buddhist perspective on natural disaster and disease through the Ratana Sutta. Normally, Ratana Sutta is usually known as a protective sutta, reciting during the time of epidemic and disaster. But in my paper, I raise another question. Is the main point of the sutta really focus on the supernatural protection and ritual practice, or is it actually mentioned about the mental transformation leading to the restoration of individual and community well-being? And based on the analysis of the context and the content of Ratana Sutta, my paper argues that Ratana Sutta presents a model of communal recovery rooted in the development of wholesome mental factor, and reflecting on the quality of the triple term functions as a contemplative practice that gradually cultivates the wholesome mental factor and transform negative state like fear, anxiety, agitation into calmness, gratitude, contentment, and compassion. And from Buddhist psychological perspective, this transformation influences both mental state and body condition. And as unwholesome mental factor gradually calm, state of lightness, tranquility of body and mind gradually emerge. So in this way, we can see that the state of mind, the mental state when facing the disaster and disease is very important. It's very extremely important. And transforming the negative state through the development of wholesome mental factor help us relieve suffering and restore the stability of body and mind for both the individual and the community well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Let's move again, member of the Uttar Pach.
Good afternoon, all professors and everyone. Today I want to present my dissertation. My topic is the progressive way of cultivation of the six senses. As we know that we always live with our senses, our eyes, ears, nose, tongues, body, and mind. And so how can we cultivate to avoid unwholesome action, and we embrace this wholesome action to gain wholesome karma for our life? So according to the Buddha teaching, we see many ways to cultivate our senses. But according to Sastrartha, we find that the Buddha saw we can cultivate our senses like the total. They stay away from the chest by get all his tail and body from inside his cell, like that. But in the Abhidhamma, we find another way. That's the senses just the gate. Everything comes into the gates. And the chavana is the in the chitta viti is the place is generally wholesome and unwholesome. So, but in the meditation, we find another way to practice control our senses. So what is the difference between them, and how can we cultivate it? It is what I want to say in my dissertation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sister. Now I would like to move on next session, person and person session. So I would like to, sister, if you have question, you take your question.
I want to raise my question to Arun. You talk about the effects, the mental and the physical body. So I want to ask the question: how the mental factor shape the physical body?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I have mentioned on my introduction also, they are always interrelated, they are interconnected. So for example, when a person is angry, it shows through his face. When a person is in sati or concentration, he looks so calm. And at the same time, if we see a person with wisdom, obviously, mostly he would take a proper decisions. So what is in your mind shows through your body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But
if you have encountered question, yes, ask.
In that case, can the physical body alter the mind and how?
Yeah, obviously. Again, they are interconnected. The good example is that if somebody has a wound on his body, he feels so pain. The suffering shows through his body. So what is within your mind shows through the body. What you feel on your body, that shows through your mind. So they are always interconnected.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's move another questions.
Oh, thank you very much. This side was talking about the Asubha Sanya. So my question is, how can a sick person practice the Asubha Sanya? Can we briefly explain about that?
Thank you, Bante. I'm not sure a sick person can practice Asupasanya. Example, suppose one in so much pain, how he could contemplate Supasanya unattractive on body. But in some case, suppose while one dying bad person, he can smell his body smells filthy and immobile because of this stinky and smell. He might feel that this disgusting and letting go and die peacefully.
Thank you. If you have any encounter question, please ask.
Okay, Venerable. Then how can ten sanya apply to the dead body, dead person?
Please.
Thank you, Bante. 10 of them can apply for a particular person, but not for everyone. Because individuals have a different practice, when one could accumulate and practice day by day, long-term practice, it will become a gati, become a behavior, become a habit, and become a contemplate. When long-term practice is become a habit, and it automatically practice based on that. When one is on dying bad person, he don't know anything. They just follow the habit. As the Buddha as examining in the Mahanam Sutta, Samyutta Nikaya 55.22, suppose a tree that slant, slope, and inclines to the
Please
east.
summarize.
If it cut the root, where it will fall to the direction that slant, slope, and inclines.
Kindly, please. Thank you. If you have next question, please.
Yes, I want to ask Sister Thao. Yes, in your presentation, I hear that you mentioned about the rupa and the hormone. The hormone also rupa. So can the rupa, such as the hormone, influence nama, mental state? And please explain about that.
Please, sister.
Yes, yet rupa can condition and influence for nama. Hormone are a good modern example of rupa affecting nama.
Thank you, sister.
So, how the mental state influence your physiological body?
You can show you can look at the diagram in my dissertations. When one person and become angry after hearing hurtful words, then brain and nervous system activations, and then stress hormone rise, such as cortisol and adrenaline increase, and then body begin to change.
Thank you, sisters. We have
Thank you,
less
sir.
time, so now thank you, Uttar Pacha. Now let's move the question answer session. Pura Pacha, please take your questions.
My question is to our sister. I notice in your objectives you mentioned that the senses are to be guarded.
Yes.
What do you mean? The senses are to be guarded.
Please, sister.
because I said that the six sense unity because it is according to the Buddha's teaching and in Kumopama Sutta that the senses will become unwholesome if it's not if it unreaching. We are always contact with the outside world through our six senses. So we easy to become angry with what we dislike. And we're easy to become attached to what we like. Because of that, we must retrain it, guard it, to avoid unwholesome.
Thank you,
and
sister.
practice
We have
wholesome.
less time,
Thank
so please, we
I
have to
have
move
a
next.
question. So if that is the case, for example, if I see a beautiful figure, for example, if I
Yes.
don't attach to that, is that mean guarding or non-guarding?
Yes, there are two ways of practicing guarding. It's follow sila or attain panya. If you practice sila, it's the guard. But if you attain panyas, it's the avoiding. Thank you.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you.
Next question, please. Yes, sister.
I want to ask the sister, I forgot name. You just, according to Ratana Sutta, how recollecting Buddha quality, Dhamma quality, and Sangha quality can get rid of pandemic.
Thank you for your question. Actually, when we talk about the quality of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, that means we mention about many noble qualities. And the same function of all those noble qualities is generating the wholesome mental factor. And in the pandemic, the most wholesome mental factor we need to arise is the loving kindness, because loving kindness is can help us cure a lot of aspects of the pandemic.
Okay, thank you, sister. If you have an counter question, ask.
I want how loving kindness can get rid of pandemic.
Loving kindness, when we focus on loving kindness, there is so many aspects of loving kindness. Loving kindness with ourselves, loving kindness with the community, the loving kindness with the environment. But let's I give you an example, particularly. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there's so many people stuck in one place. They have no support. Maybe they have no food. They have no medicines, and no one take care of them. And
Thank
with
you,
the love and
sisters.
kindness, we try our best to help them, to support medicines, food, and take care of them. That is how we use our loving kindness to take care of communities. And when we do that, there are so many sick patients will be recovered.
Thank you,
And
sisters.
with
Yes.
the recovery, the pandemic will be disappear soon. Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Let's move another questions. If you have, please ask.
My question on the Pante, he's having mentioned about the dream. I want to ask about how the dream happened.
Thank you, Venerable, for your question. I will answer using the text. So, according to the Anguttara Nikaya commentary and the Vibhanga commentary, dreams can be happen as 4 ways. The first one is bodily disturbances and past experiences, and the deity's influence, and the final one is the future effects. These 4 ways can be dreams happen and appears. Thank you.
Thank you, Vande.
And how the past experience manifests as dream.
Yes, this also I used the main text. According to the Majjhima Nikaya, Vammika Sutta mentioned, I am Vammiko Rattin Dhumayati Divapajjalati. It means the daytime is daytime firing and the nighttime smoking. It's similarly, when you hear and see something, it later can be appears as a dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's be persist. Swadrishtirago pihi kalpanib tatan drashtib apyascha rosa vidyo ragam pratigam chatasmat vicharmas vichipram upati muktam. Thank you, everyone.
Felicitate our students. I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly come to the dais. First moderator.
Surya Ashin. Surya, Pante Surya. Oh, yeah, Pante Surya. Next, Wei Wei. Next, Perminda Langara Pante. Sister Lê Hoàng Các Chăm. Sister Nguyễn Hải Yến. Congratulations, you all. Next. Arun.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Brenda, and the entire team. Big round of applause. So now we move forward with the panel number 5. And this is from IRPS and led by Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Chaturvedi, sir. Please take your position.
Moving on with the 5th panel. Good afternoon, namaskar. The theme of the 5th panel is World in Transition, Power, Peace, and Possibilities. I would like to introduce the participants of the Purva Paksha, Surbhi Rani, Preeti Kumari, Samriddhi Khandelwal. Now, introducing the participants of the Uttar Paksha, Anantaprasad Chakraborty, Anton Chakma, Shwetang Chaube, Himanshi Gupta. For today's session, we have with us our two Madhyastas, Shrisha Gupta and Sumant Kumar, who will guide the discussion further. Now I request Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Chaturvedi to briefly introduce the panel.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished colleagues, this is the pioneer batch of School of International Relations and Peace Studies. And today's theme, they will be presenting on World in Transition. So when power shifts, thinking must follow. The world is changing faster than the ideas we use to explain it. Geopolitical realignments, climate stress, technological disruptions, and social transformation are shaping the global order in real time. Power is more diffused, partnerships are increasingly interest-driven and flexible, and long-held assumptions about how international order functions are under strain. Institutions that once anchored stability are struggling to adapt to this altered landscape. And on that theme, how India and other Asian countries will be contributing to world in transition is all about this panel presents. Already Rupanjana has introduced the panel, so Purupaksh, Surbhi, Preeti and Samriddhi, and Uttarpaksh, Anton, Ananta, Svetang and Himansi, and it will be moderated by two junior batch because we have no alumni. So over to the moderator.
Thank you so much. Namaskar and welcome to the panel of Nalanda Sastrartha 2026, titled World in Transition, Power, Peace and Possibilities. We will begin with the verse. Navadyalo vihito vicharas tattvam tu shastre kathitam vimukte
Vyakhayamane yadinam tattve Vidam gatane anyamatane adoshaha.
I would now request the Purva Paksh participant, Surbhi Rani, to put forward their Paksha.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Now the world moves through transitions in peace, power, and new possibilities, where nations are searching for partnership models that are built not only based on competitions and power politics, but also on trust and shared responsibilities. Based on this, the research work argues that Valmiki Kishkinda Kanda decodes an alliance model rooted in Vishwas, Mitra Dharma, restraint, and non-annexation, which illuminates India's contemporary diplomacy, neighborhood first, Sagar, waxing Matri, and the Core. Unlike the Western theorists, such as Wald's balance of threat and Snyder's security dilemma, these analyses were with the speeches of MEA and PMO to trace the systematic references of Rajdharm, Seva, Vishwabandhu, and highlighting the textual models of Hanuman, Vibhishan, and Angad. The key finding shows, first, that Rama-Sugriv alliance provide a coherent model of non-expansionist partnership where power restores an ally's sovereignty rather than pursuing empire. Second, that Indian diplomacy course to become India's first responder and Vishwabandhu. And the third, that India has evolved from Eurocentric model of alliance to a neoclassical Indian IR theory, emphasizing realism in its strategic clarity grounded in ethical and relational frameworks. To conclude, as Kautilya reminded us, strength does not lie in power, but wise partnership. And that lesson remains relevant in today's changing world order. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would now request the next participant from the Purva Paksha, Preeti Kumari, to pose their Paksha.
Thank you. My work focuses on Mahabharata and rule-based order. The research explores that Mahabharata was not connection between Mahabharata and today's rule-based international order. It argues that the Kurukshetra war was not a family conflict, but the collapse of an ancient system rule, diplomacy, and the challenge faced by the modern global order today. The concept of Dharma Yuddha represents ethical warfare, moral code were respected, similar to international law. But the conflict intensified, but from both sides shifted toward Kuta Yuddha, showing how survival and security can push state or leader to break established rule. The study also compared the silence of Kuru elders like Bhishma and Drona with the paralysis of modern international institutions such as the UN Security Council, where powerful actors often fails to stop injustice. And Krishna's actions are analyzed through the idea of realpolitik and securitization, where extraordinary measures are justified to protect larger moral order. Ultimately, the research shows that any rule-based order survives